wanted to say thank you all for joining us today. Traveling here in summer, the traffic was terrible this morning, but I just appreciate all of you all joining and all of you all joining online. We do have a lot of topics to cover, but I just wanted to express my gratitude for you all being here. And we'll have Rachel start us off with the welcome introduction, and then we'll
Yeah, it's been and good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Are you, there's gonna be a lot of, I would like everyone to just let everyone know that there's gonna be a lot of participation in this quarterly meeting, this time around. So I will be asking you all a lot of questions because there are things, the audit's gonna be coming up in 2025. And I want to make sure that you as leaders are prepared for the audit, taking this information back to your team members and being able to understand and know what we are going to be auditing on and some of the things that we're seeing right now. And again, because we have this relationship with you all and this partnership with you all, however you perform is a reflection on us also as a team. So I encourage feedback. I encourage that you all, give ideas and also internally discuss amongst each other of what you all are doing, how you're meeting these standards and requirements. If there's things that you have implemented within your offices, share that because that really does help other programs say, oh, okay, that's a great idea. We can make it happen. We can implement that where we're at too. So please do that. This is the time for those open discussions. And please also pay attention to this meeting because I'm noticing after Sony left, I am noticing that we're getting phone calls from case managers. She has been getting calls from case managers. They're asking her, how do you do this? How do you get this thing done? How should I adjust the system? Can you give me some, ideas of what I need to do? And right now that she's no longer in that position and now have two vacant positions, it's really hard for my team members to provide that support that a supervisor should be doing at their level. So please make sure that, if you have to write down things, take notes, ask questions. I always say, I don't know the answer to everything, but I'll find the answer when I get back to the office or when I get back to my home office, then I'll be able to provide that support, or one of my team members can reach out and provide you that support too. So it's, we don't try to come up here. I always tell my team that we don't come up here to make it seem as though that we know everything and our way is the only way, because sometimes for the past maybe year and a half now, you all have been coming up with ideas. You've been bringing, your ideas, your challenges, your barriers to these meetings, and then we take it back and we implement new processes or a new form or something to kind of help across the board for all of you. And then some of you also have implemented taken away some of the topics and then have gone back and implemented your own internal processes, which has really, really helped out the team members to process these as the requests are coming in and make it a lot easier for them also. There's a couple of things that my team, I let them know to highlight those kind of things because those are great accomplishments that you all do, and that shows that we're working together as a team. We don't want to come in and just be authoritative and say, you want to do it this way, this is what's going to happen, or we don't try to do it that way. We try to get ideas from you all and then we brainstorm with each other. So please, take that into consideration while you're, attending this meeting. And you are the supervisors and there are some case managers here. So I think what I want to do is there's new faces here. So I want to go ahead and go around the table and introduce yourself and what your title and your role is within your program. And then maybe you all can kind of brainstorm amongst each other and kind of know each other's names too when we're talking to each other. It's good to kind of put a face to a name also. And then also the opening prayer this morning, we're very passionate about our members, you know, and that means a lot to us. And I advocate for that as much as I can at the state level. You know, we know our members, they're from the communities, and it's really good to brag about your community, you know, and really be able to say these are the challenges that we have. And so, you know, and you know, maybe just kind of let us know a little bit about yourself when you're introducing yourself, your name, your title, and maybe a little something unique and different about you. And that'll be good. So that kind of, I remember people somehow, you know, like in that night when they say, oh yeah, I like people know me. Oh, Rachel, you have 6 kids, you know, that's something that's unique and about me. And not that a lot of people don't have 6 kids, but I think at a young age, I was able to, you know, take care of my kids when myself. I became a widow at the age of 23. So I mean, 32. So I had to go and, you know, do the best I can to raise my kids and then continue to move up in my career. So this is very passionate to me because this program is because I was able to care for my father who did not want to and who did not want to move to the valley. Who just did not want to be part of this chaos and traffic and mess. He loved it up there. He loved the peace. He loved quiet. He loved to, you know, tend to his garden, take care of the dogs and all of those things. He's out here for 3 days and he said, I want to go home. I'm worried about my dogs. And I would tell, they're not kids, you know, and they're stray dogs anyways, you know, and I would come up with all these things that we wanted to go home. And when he passed and more I dove into TALTCS, I had a little bit more time for it. I was able to relate to you know, what our elders want. You know, they don't want to move off of these, you know, reservation, they want to live to a nursing home, health, but there are certain circumstances that we have to, you know, make those adjustments. But at the end of the day, we always have to remember that most of our numbers, if it's safe for them to go home, we want to try to focus on getting them home in their community, having them get involved in the community. There's some really good things that we have read or my team has brought to my attention. And since the last quarterly meeting, we talked a lot, and during the CES process, we talked a lot about culture. How can we paint a picture for the state to recognize, even to the federal level? How can we paint a picture to them that our population is very unique because our elderly population, our physically disabled population, in the community, we help each other. At least that's the way I used to think. And then somewhere along the way, it kind of was, I didn't really hear so much about it. You know, it was just like we were getting disconnected to our culture, even living in our own community. But within the past quarter, we received an HNT that was, it almost made me cry because the person who completed the HNT was so culturally centered. Talked about this elderly member, how she was like the elderly of the year or something like that. You know who you are if you know if you submitted that HNT, and how they were, the case manager was ensuring that they were supporting that member to still be integrated in the community, to participate in the community activities, because to them that was really important to that member. And they were willing to work around that to make it happen. And it's like Amber was reading it to me, and we were looking at, she was, Rachel, I cannot believe, and I'm just imagining this, she said, how long does it take to have to help an elderly member dress up in their traditional outfit? You know, the jewelry that they have to wear, the clothing that they have to wear. How long does it take, even though they don't dress like that, the full attire every day, but to go out and be involved in the community and be able to dress up that way? She said, it just really made me think, like, this is what we were talking about. This is what makes us different and unique. And so kudos to you all. We've been seeing a really, really big improvement on the HNT for some of the plants. I mean, I would say the majority of the plants. You all have been doing really, really good. So kudos to you on that. that tells me that you're taking away from these meetings, these trainings, that you're taking it back and you're, incorporating it into your own programs within your offices. So, I'm very thankful for that. Home modifications, a lot of improvement and modifications. One of the programs have created their own letter, learning that from another program in one of these meetings. They learn how to do that. Oh, we can do that. Yes, you can do that. So we've got to think of yourself as a health plan and some of the power you all have. And that's what we want to try to bring to you all in these meetings. It's not just to focus on, all these policy updates and what's going on. There's going to be more. We're going to be trying to be a little bit more hands off and give it back to you all as supervisors. And that's why I say please pay attention to these meetings, because I'm having my team document phone calls that are coming. What type of technical support are you guys providing? Is it an individual case like this? We need to redirect our case managers back to their supervisors, because sometimes the supervisor doesn't even know what's going on. They don't know what's going on, and then afterwards they get all the information of what's going on. There's one program which I'm going to actually present on that submitted a packet for approval. And from looking at this number, becoming a brand new member to the time that the packet was submitted for the number, it was documented just exactly as we talked about it. And that told me, wow, this person was really paying attention. And looking back at history of the packets this type of packet being submitted by the program, this person, it was their first time submitting that packet. And they did an excellent job from the beginning to the end. And it was complete just like that, just by the end. There was only one minor issue, minor thing that needed to be fixed, but I said that's not too big of a deal. The packet was complete, everything was in the packet, and it was approved without any issues at all. We're starting to see that happening slowly. So right now, most of the presentation that we have today is really about what can we do? Do you have any questions for us? Are you having challenges in certain areas? When we provide you this information, when we provide you this training, is there any areas that you're kind of unsure about? And I started off as like the lowest of the totem pole in this program. I had a lot of questions, but no one had time to really sit there and teach me how to do the TALTCS. So I never ever think that, I know more than anybody. So I always like to feedback and get new ideas. I'm very open to that. Because I was in a position where you don't ask questions. This is the book. Here you go. Learn it on your own, because we don't have time for this. And so I had to pretty much learn. So a lot of the training that we put together, we kind of do a run through. I get my ideas out there to the team and say, really present it this way so that they can understand and be open to communicating. So please take this time to feel free to not bite my head off or bite my team's head off, but really let's work together and collaborate to be able to make things work for you all. If you have any questions of like even after this meeting, you feel like, what, I kind of got it, but I would like to have a training specifically on this topic for my program. I know one of the programs have already requested that. So if they're down here, they have new leadership and they want it to meet and say, yeah, sure, then we can do that. So don't ever feel like this is the only time that you can schedule a meeting, because in your IGA, it does state that we'll provide technical support. Can you also please, take that invitation and then let us know when you're requesting what specific training, so that way my team can have a presentation together to be able to kind of do a run through of what you're wanting to learn. So it's always something to learn all the time. So please be open to that. So you all know me. My name is Rachel Tommy. I'm the tribal TALTCS administrator, and I'll go ahead and pass it down, and we just go around the table to introduce yourself. You're the first one.
No. We usually go around the clockwise, but we go counterclockwise, I guess. Byron, Wesley, I think the supervisor for, the Chinle office, Navajo Nation. And, last year, that she ni was she does it shake, yeah, only just, you know, although, I live on the, Big Mountain, Mesa area. That's where I'm from. What's unique about me is everything, I guess. Day one, I got a lot of chapters in my life. Guy wants 16 kids. I need her like well, if I can. But nonetheless, it's good to have this program the way it is, the way it's changing, and the way we're trying to make it different than before. I think. I mean, in a way, it's like I don't believe it, but I always say, I'll believe it when I see it. The way that things are being done out there, more case managers. It feels good to have two of my case managers coming out and our supervisor, our managers, both of them. They're really working on trying to get us to make things happen the way we see, kind of like the way your vision is. I really appreciate that. It wasn't like that before. Now it really changed. So just wanted to say, I'm glad to be here. Good morning. What it?
I just want to share. Good morning, everyone. Natalie, the nurse. Something unique about me is my favorite hobby is been gardening, seeing this about me so much. We have people and hunger also. I have three grown boys. They're as a food development dog. I'm next to you. My parents are from the Navajo party of the Shelter area. I'm wanted from the city. And I simply look around the farm at the small bird and we see around and grandbaby and the grandbaby that water. My dad, my dad. And that's basically
Good morning, guys. Bennett. My name is Christina Manuel, calling off from internet, sitting on the registry, which is at this grade pop off on Finale. I'm the program manager for the Native Health TALTCS program. We're centered out in Mesa, Arizona. One interesting thing about me, and all the time, my mom's trying to teach me how to do South South, so there's something I really trying to do, but I'm really frustrated. So I can't do that. I'm very. Let's see, I'm representing Florida Elementary. For people in Rockville. Good morning, my name is Florida Manning. I registered as a representative with off and minister. And program with 4 years now. And we need to have you in this. I do a lot of the busy over at our mission center, so like I'm doing a translator, I'm doing it, so. It's like, so we try to go to tourists around. So they can do it on the weekends. Living here. I live far south. I'm on my star. Um. Good morning, my name is Mr. Lucas. I am from the community of San Rosa on the region. We work in the region. I have two adult children, 40 and 30. $7. And I've been working with TALTCS for 7 years now. I really like working in person, going out to the communities, with our elders, not just in their elders, but qualified in the office. It's very unique. We all see it. We see the uniqueness of the individual and what we can do to assist them in any way possible that we can. And just just now I let my board know that I'm fine this morning. Really try to work with them. And but I just happen to we do the best we can and do the board and different other. So that's me. And my uniqueness is I sit on disability committees. Currently, I'm one of the board members for Arizona. So bringing here for our practice and in October, so that will be held at the Canada there of the arts in October. But it's a different variety of our girls here in the state. Is it thank you?
Morning, my name is Todd. It's really like, I go all text, facing Andrew, I've been doing that for 9 years now. But, they have to be here every month, they're live, it's good to have some, reports. Something unique is that, I was always raised on the, I've been operating for the past 50 years. So they asked me, what village are you from? I tell them, I'm like, oh, look there anymore. Where I grew up. That's my first village. That's my base. But anyway, I started off working with youth. Like, older than that. I can't fix that. Anyway. But that's, the thing of that is, I started off with behavior health as far as working with younger children. And I on that's in my patients. Or they're in the area of apartments where semi-independent adults stay at. So I worked in different areas working with people, and that's my background. Helping out. We're in contact with the other portion, the other job that I do. I would say that's a little bit more. That I have a little bit of passion, and some of these things it's not really a passion, but I hope that after in high school, coaching in a basketball soccer. So that's my other passion. Where it's really. But then other than that, is that thing like this, the unique is you see every day the who you are, what you got to deal with. You get members that change also for the good or for the bad. As far as that how they help. So that compassion, I think, is based on so it's the good. And you feel that it felt like that there. also when other next part as harder like taking the part of it for these really that's what you're dealing with. It's yes. You've got to right. I enjoy this job and I went again. Range of energy and all the decisions. So given that unfortunately the entire management left. So we got to do what we got to do and quit but keep on doing fighting us. So thank you.
And there's the optics. And it's for groups. Our regulations, they get out of the baby and it's not typical for the optics. And I've been assisting with office of baby about 36 billion. So the why if we use this really is that it's an emergency with very perspective. I started as an PPS application. And then it was about this is the I have a variety of wonderful job. And my life has been challenging, a lot of there's a lot of knowledge that we've been gone through things, research, and I'm really sorry for this.
Good morning, I'm Joyce. This is my proposal. So this is not the effect. And I was trying to see this when we're having like so at this time, the different layers of responsibility and very good to program. Really, they've been a big wing on part to support us through this whole process. So I'm only 9 days into this program. Try not to use so many acronyms because you're gonna lose you in the first minute of your conversation. So acronyms will get me confused about this program. So we have a lot to learn. And really happy that we got our first quarter report done. And so it's really happy to get that email and even having encrypted emails from the states. I'm like, oh my God, this is new. Everything's been new. So I'm hoping that through our support and this kind of conversations probably we can do we're now in the office of facing. Something unique about me, I have a 21-year-old daughter. She just turned 21 a couple of weeks ago, and she's my only child is doing so happy they're so today. She's a student at Portland, the first year. She calls it yesterday and said that I got my awards, my kids, citizen. And we just have a goodness association like this. It helps us in our encouragement. So it's really, so that's something we need to about this. I'm like, girls, I really have one. She said to me, Mom, this is because of so that was really she went to that. So she's kind of pretty good on the shoulder. So I welcome any feedback is how do you help me out and to support our staff.
something that. For our elder stimulation, the response and the economic student. I related to that. About 240. We have an adult care program job with the five things. It's always been. Outside from that. But it seems that, not as busy as it once was. Basically, but, we continue to try and get about under the program, so it's really trying to raise our enrollment, that we have to know and finding access. They want to do this things, which I want nurses to understand how all of these new standards we provide, how a lot of good standards and access to standards what is what is narratives are responsible between finance. But and this, like I said, we just want to whether in finance and I probably will never in 5 years and with the other school. So I just want to know. Were you connected to the let's see. That should I wanted to inform the ships, see if you ship, should be just going to ship. Okay. It's not community that is really ever going, it's between should be the bottom. So immediate is background education. I learned bread and butter, things, I got my bachelor's of Portuguese knowledge, in sociology and human services. Then after that, I got my master's at the University, in so I found it, and just coming March is going to be the fourth year on words, so I know that they're beginning to stop over county work, but I do believe that bring in and define it on rhythm, on rhythm, we want the foundation. And it's not bad, that's the college. That's not even better because, when the first generation college student was hired, my first day in college, I wanted to quit because I noticed that I'm starting to fall. It wasn't very doing everything from us.
Buenos días. Many things. Got Evan, Jay, Casey, City. Poletti, we don't necessarily. Switching. Shitting out. Strange and so. And it's very. Lot of application. But I worked in TC. There. It's job. I enjoy outdoor stuff. That's what I like. I don't see me, but hiking, going out, like making good environment. I did this work with the city back several years ago. East of Hollywood, like Alberts, things like that. And now I got to know him very well. Everything you talk about, grading, like structures, like what else? Yeah, I did that. Welding. Oh yeah, I did that. I did that job with like construction. Oh yeah, I did that. So this like everything is like he did everything. It's like very conversation and like kind of stand on that more and say, I did this job with more. Why? Everywhere I see it. So I believe him when he says in a new chapter in the Bible. His stories are pretty interesting. To listen to stories like that, storytelling ability. So, thank you for having us again, hosting us. Stevie, late at part. Fresh back out. Hard. I apologize and again, good morning.
My name is Amber Heard and I'm the case manager coordinator for laws of children with absence. I've been in my position now. Prior to that, I was a house assessor. I determined then to own the working office. So, mentioned on all of that, I'd like to be able to assist with that. I did that for about 1 year. Prior to that, I was 25 years here in the valley. With police already having 24 hours case management or also was so I know about a heavy workload and number of times that provide that angle of the program and then advocate on behalf. I also was a little tardy in the parking lot.
Hi, everybody. I'm Vanessa Torres. I'm the tribal alter clinical program master. Also, I am Navajo. My mom's Navajo from Grand Beach, Arizona. My dad is Hispanic. I have one daughter. She's 17. She's going to be doing 13 from this year, and she's ready to just fly away.
But, that's the interesting part about it. Thanks. Good morning. My name is Ann Hale. I'm the supervisor for compliance TALTCS in Window Rock. Glad to be here again and to obtain more knowledge on the office. It's updated information. Some form for to the TV. Now these are being honest and then change on that. I'm originally from Buffalo, so decided Oak Springs, which is about south of St. Nicholas. I have 2 children. One of them is in the Air Force, my son, and has served over 20 years. And my daughter is residing up in Salt Lake, so I have 4 grandchildren, 3 sons and 1 daughter. So, I guess that's all of it. Good morning.
Good morning, Dada, and David, and Chair. I'm the program manager of the Nation Outlet program. And I've been there for a year today. So it's challenging, it's a lot of work. Multitasking every day. One project, another project comes up, something comes up, so that's what I did this week. So that's why I was here all week early. I came in Friday, second there. Now I don't want to leave. When I come back to me, I don't want to leave. I want to stay here, but I still have to go back to the room. So, but I enjoy what I'm doing. And that's a lot I do lately. So there's a lot of changes that we're doing with the navigation. So certain things we tell our members. So that's what we're doing. So that's what we're out to. So thank you guys for training me well, especially Rachel. And what's her name? That's the lady that not somebody that before Cheryl. Yeah. Cheryl told that really trained well. I still talk to her. So that's one of the things I'm very thankful for. So yeah. That's it.
Morning, everybody. My name is Diana Levy, and my clients are actually adults of the chain, not taking that Asian, signature Asian shade. Originally from a little place called Cedar Springs, Arizona, that's between Delcon and Tisto. Close to Second Mesa. Anyway, what's unique about me is that I have 4 children, but out of the 4 children, I have 14 grandchildren. My first grandchild, my oldest one, is getting married in April. I can't believe it. And then we just sent off one of my oldest grandsons to college this year. So they're all in their teens almost. All of my grandchildren are almost in all in their teens. So I'm just so grateful to be able to watch them grow and to be able to be present for their graduations. And then now there's going to be a wedding, and I'm just like so excited about it. The other thing about me is that I went to school with Casey with my bachelor's and my master's degree. So I know Casey for a long time. And I used to supervise Kayvon as a case manager with Navajo Nation before he left to Native Health. He bailed on us. I think he was trained and everything. He bailed. But it's nice to know that he's in this position now. And then I'm just so thankful for Frida. Oh my gosh. Frida has done so much right now. I mean, she's done so much. So I'm just so grateful for both of them to be in the positions that they're at now. I'm no longer there. I'm glad I'm done with that phase, and I'm happy to be back in my own position and be able to do what I needed to do. So that's one less headache. But I also wanted to just thank Rachel and her crew for helping us out when we needed the help. Thank you. I'm just so grateful for that. And I've been with this program for like 20 years. I think it's 20 years, because Casey's been with the program for like about 22 years. So I've been doing supervision for 22 years with TALTCS. So that's how long I'm ready to retire. No. No. I need anything. Thank you.
Good morning. Hey, Danielle, it's City and the chef. And I'm from Wide Rooms, Arizona. I am a case manager here at the Navajo Nation Mesa office. So I work under Diana. And I guess one unique thing about me is I'm still in school, hoping to become a nurse soon. I have one daughter. She's 3 years old. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Ja, so she for the white in the shed. Higley initially is a fan of Bush's sheen. I should though she dashanella. I seen a shaggy aids if they'll have the ledger I added to Shaket. So good morning, everyone. Hello. It's good to see everyone. It's so interesting to hear everyone's special interests. So something interesting about me, this seems to be my old stomping grounds. I was telling the team, and I still got lost. I lived here for 20 years. When Native Health was still in that building on Central, that's how long ago I was here. I did my doctoral internship over at the old building. So it's been that long. But another interesting thing about me is I work on vehicles. So I do a lot of my own mechanic stuff. I can tear an engine apart, I can tear a transmission apart, put it all back together. So that's how I decompress, on the weekends and all that, in addition to cattle ranching and all of that stuff too as well. So I'm very busy. So thank you, and it's good to be here.
Oh, and the last time I was here, my vehicle, my GSA got towed. Because you're supposed to back into the parking areas, you have to park those first. So I got towed.
If you backed in, go change your.
About 30 minutes from tip-off. I don't have any kids, but I'm currently in a doctoral program at the U of A. I consider my degree my children. So that's me, and I'm always glad to chat with you all and interact with you all whenever you need some assistance. So I'm always on the program specialist for all. And then, does anyone online want to introduce themselves? We have Jolie, Janelle, Lakeisha, Patsy, and Stephanie.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
This is
Good morning.
Well, I have been with the Tribal TALTCS with the Sauna Autumn Nation for about 15 years. I really like doing the job. It's a lot of, trying to help people with their goals. I wish we just had more resources to accomplish a lot of that. I look forward to finding out, I guess, how we can make another person's life a little more better. Um, what were you guys sharing? I'm sorry.
Just something interesting about ourselves.
Okay. Well, I have a large family. I have 5 boys. They're ages from 16 years to 30 years. I also have 2 dogs. I consider them my family, and 1 cat. And it's just trying to spend time with each one of them and be there for everyone, and then including the work as well. So I feel very busy all the time, and but it's a kind of busy that is a good type of busy, because you're doing things to try to help these individuals. And anyway, I look forward to continuing this position. So thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone want to go next? Anyone else online? Alrighty, so we will just go ahead and go forth with our presentation today. So first off, we'll start off with Vandana, and she'll be going over prior authorization for attendant care services.
Tiana, can you check and see if Elisa wants to go first?
As she told me just to put the I am her.
Oh, okay. Everyone, I'll be going over our prioritization of care services again, because we are still receiving emails and phone calls from providers saying they're not prioritization and in the system. On my next slide, I'll show you an example of my prioritization. No. So here's an example of an authorization of end of this month. Even email from providers stating no prioritization. Once we receive an email, the phone from providers. For this one, on CA 165 screen, we found our now prioritizations were negative for this month, and also there was no tolerance in sequence. As you can see, the case manager did last review on 12/18/2024. The case manager should have authorized the service till end of March. When you receive an email from her stating that the issues with the system as the supervisor, you should check this page and get with your case manager. I will let them know the update that is according to their. Right? Here's an example of an email we received from provider stating there's no prioritization in the system. The provider did send out an email to the case manager to the provider for prior. And the provider will send out another email to case manager to create a legal prior. Next slide. Case manager is not for the next family service, it's a number of problem. Like I said, we have license in the provider provide services, then in home care furnished provider will then start. Access the admission have reached the place providing the case manager via email if there is no prioritization to the next slide. If the provider have not received a prior authorization 3 days before it expires, the provider will notify next. Next slide.
So there's no authorization for attendant care. We have situations where we have about 5 members that are responsible to the manager for the attendant service plan. So they don't put it in prior authorization because that's the. As long as we have the comments in CA 2065, that's fine. Yes. Yes.
And that way she knows when the provider contacts her, she'll look in those screens and say, okay, she knows what's going on, and that's when she'll tell the the provider, you might need to talk to your member and let them know the case manager is trying to get a hold of you. Until that happens, the services are not going to be authorized. And so as long as you have the comments in there, you're good. You don't have to worry about it. So, don't believe she might just let you know that the provider is contacting her. And then I will let you know, but really, if the notes are in there, you don't really do anything because it's really the member's responsibility. at that point.
Is there any note I can look at?
But I'm glad you're doing it that way because that's on a part of my slide too. That's the best thing is you just stop the services and put the comment in there. And then you also have to follow that process according to the, standards you know, that if they're not responding to this certain kind of thing, you need to tell them to really start the different process. And sometimes that makes them want to go ahead and start, you know, making more contact with you. And then I would also encourage you to do a managed risk agreement too, and kind of discuss that with them and let them know, hey, you know, we can't have this happening because it causes a gap in services. Any way to protect yourself, it's always good to have protection. What was the what have we? The managed risk agreement. Yeah, whenever the case manager identifies that there's a risk, they would have to complete that. And it's basically, it's in the PCSP, the person centered planning. And the service plan. It's part of that document.
Okay, yeah. Alrighty, so next we'll have Eloisa. She's online and she'll be discussing non-emergency transportation. And let me just pull up her slides.
Good morning. Again, my name's Eloise. I'm the transportation coordinator. And then you can go, and I'm going to be discussing specialty transportation. And the next slide.
Oops. Sorry.
No, that's fine. And then I'll be talking again with specialty transport request process. And then NEMT for tribal TALTCS is authorized by the tribal CM, if not specialty. Tribal TALTCS will need to provide NEMT department with the information below. Does this involve care continuity? If so, okay. If so, has there been any change to the costs associated with the initial transport? If so, it does need documentation. Is the member receiving services at the nearest appropriate location? And other factors that may help minimize barriers to service delivery and excessive cost. Documentation is also required to support that information. The things that we'll need is we'll need the member's name, age, date of birth, access ID number. If there's an escort, we need that escort's weight and also the member's weight and the diagnosis. Next page, please. And then type of transport required and equipment during travel. It's going to be ambulatory transportation. That's a vehicle other than a taxi, but it includes a van, cars, minibus, or mountain area transport. The access member shall be able to transfer without assistance into the vehicle and not require a specialty transportation mode. It would either be ambulatory, wheelchair, or stretcher transport. An ambulance transport is a motor vehicle licensed by the Arizona Department of Health Services, and it's operated for transportation of individuals requiring ambulance services, basic life support, advanced life support. That's the things that they would use for an ambulance. Air ambulance transportation is licensed under Arizona Department of Health Services, and it's used in the event of emergency transport. Example, a helicopter or fixed wing aircraft. Any questions on them? No?
We
Okay.
have one question.
Yes.
The purpose for the weight, is that just primarily for they're being transported by air?
I'm sorry, wait time, you mean?
No,
They need a weight for the member and the first escort that's going with them. And what was the purpose? Is that only for when they're transported by air?
Yes, because the aircraft needs to know how much weight they have during that travel, because there's a limited weight amount when they're traveling by air.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The next slide, please. And then facility information, we need the current facility information, example, facility name, the address, city, state, and case manager contact information. The destination, facility information, facility name, address, city, state, and again, case manager contact information. And then list of NEMT providers that are contracted with TALTCS. Who did you guys call to schedule transportation? And then I do have links, example, ambulatory, here's the list, ambulance, air ambulance transportation. You can click on this to find providers. Then any questions on this one?
I have a comment on that, but I'm sorry.
Okay. No, that's fine.
We recently, on the Hopi Reservation, we recently had our Revenue Commission office that licenses the transportation companies out there. Recently took off some of the transportation companies that had been servicing this Hopi tribe, our all case members. So now I don't know, just update for the Navajo case managers. I don't know if our revenue commissioner is going to allow whoever uses Navajo transportation companies to drive through the Hopi Reservation. I don't know if that's going to come up or not, because that was a discussion before with our revenue commission.
Mhm.
If they're not licensed with the Hopi tribe, it could lead up to an issue to where that transport company can't drive through our border to get the next border.
Correct.
That's just something to be heads up about.
Yes, a lot of these transportation companies, especially the ambulatory transport, they do have to have a tribal license. Is that where you're talking about, that they would have to have a tribal license? They do have to have a tribal license in order to pick up that member on the reservation. Now, the transportation companies that they're using, they also have to be an access registered provider to be able to transport the members.
Also, the other thing is that with our office, we're having issues with transportation companies in the valley area. Because when we do call, what's on the list for us to call, they'll tell us that they don't accept tribal TALTCS insurance. And I know I've spoken to Rachel about that before, and she got that transportation company to do transportation for us. But there are still some companies out there that tell us that they won't accept our members because they don't accept tribal TALTCS members. And then we try to explain to them that an access services and still, even though it's under Hopley Tribal TALTCS, they don't seem to understand that it's affiliated with access.
Yes, if you do have an issue with providers stating that, go ahead and send me the information on that or who that provider is, the name of them, and then I can educate the provider on the covered services as far as transportation, and I'll reach out to the provider letting them know it is something that Access does cover.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have another question.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, this is Frida from African Nations as well. We have very similar issues to you as well, with the provider listing. I'm looking at it now. And not too long ago, maybe like 3 or 4 months ago, I actually called all of these providers, and not about half of them, they don't provide services to long-term care members. So they want to serve the acute care access individuals, not the long-term care members. So yeah, that's an ongoing issue. It's been an issue for years now.
Mhm.
And you know, maybe we could work together in figuring out, you know, an actual accurate list for long-term care, because most of these providers only serve acute care access.
And if you can provide me a list of them and who the providers' names are, then I can reach out to the providers and get some education to them. And then also let them know that it is something that Access does cover. And then I'll create a list slowly as I can of who can provide TALTCS, but that is kind of difficult because I don't see that TALTCS transports. So it's hard for me to create a list.
And then is your information at the end of the slide deck? Your contact information?
I can send you my information and then you can give it to them. And then they can reach out to me if they're having issues with finding a transportation company that does not accept that insurance.
So I have a question as well. So we do have transport out in our location, but the only thing is they're not willing to transport a member 2 miles to the clinic for their appointment. We've been having that issue. Because the clinic is just right there and they live like about 2 miles, and then they have a problem just going 7 miles.
They shouldn't not transport them because transportation is a covered service. If you're having issues, just email me who that provider is and we can do some education to them.
Okay.
I have another comment. I think when it goes to other requirements, last question. I'm only looking out for our members because some of them have dialysis 3 times a day. And then the one that does the transfer for the tribe, they have conferences and meetings. Then they send out messages to our members stating, you're going to have to find your own ride to dialysis. So that kind of puts them in the bind because that's, life that depends on their life of getting that treatment.
Correct.
They're looking for transportation. Then the case managers have to look for transportation someplace at the last minute. And that's difficult. That's not fair to our members out there. So I don't know, if there's something that can be worked out or explained to them that about, are transporting our members through the program that I don't know if we can correct them that these members need to be transported or have a designated driver to be the driver for that.
Correct. No, just send me. All I can do is if you send me that transportation company information, the name at least, then I can reach out to the transportation company. And usually sometimes if I reach out to the company, then they'll start understanding that it is something that is covered. I think a lot of times transportation companies are just thinking, oh, they have another health plan. It's not going to cover me for payment. But I'll be willing to contact them and let them know that it is something that it's covered by Access. Okay.
Question or complaint?
We have another comment.
Comment more or less.
I'm sorry.
On the other, kind of like the other side of what we're talking about. We have, companies that are on Access, but not on the Navajo Nation. That we need. I called Navajo Nation, the transport, regulators, and they said that they don't regulate them anyways. They just have a list. And so continue using them. They get paid apparently, so we just use them regardless whether Navajo has it or not. And the transport is not under our program. It's under Department of Behavioral Health. So a lot of the behavioral health, they go to mental health and they're ambulatory, they just get into the vehicles. And before, we were not able to get any, they cut off all the, stretcher vans or, like, wheelchairs. They cut a lot of them off and we're not on the Navajo list. So they weren't able to work on Navajo. So what had been happening with our, dialysis is there, some of them, they were kept from going to the dialysis. And so we just kind of wait because ambulance don't go out there until they start swelling up. And so we just kind of wait for them until the ambulance, until they swell up, then call the ambulance and they bring him in for dialysis. And that's kind of how it was done before. Now it's some of we did get some stretcher vans back and some wheelchairs back after the new tribal administration came in. But we still do have it's under a different program, so it's kind of hard to change things on Navajo. Well, that's
Yeah,
all I got.
no, I understand with that. But if you guys can send me the list of providers who are not willing to provide transportation, then I can definitely reach out to them. Okay, the next slide, please. An NEMT quote. Quotes from the NEMT provider. Quote documented, a documentation of the code is required, and it is required with a breakdown rate. That way we can determine how are they determining the cost of the quote. NEMT transportation company, department, I'm sorry, will review the NEMT transport, and once it gets sent up to upper management for review, has been approved, then that's when we'll come in and we'll enter the prior authorization. But we do need a breakdown of the rates that's being requested. If it's not broken down, then it's hard for us to put in an authorization with the amount that they are asking. Any questions on the quotes?
For the quotes, is that just for the specialty transportation?
Well, yes, correct. That is just if they're asking above rate from the fee for service rates that we have in place. Okay, next slide.
I have a question on that one, Eloisa.
Yes,
Is it just one quote? The one that's more cost effective, or do they have to provide you multiple quotes?
multiple quotes. Yes.
How many? About how many?
I would say probably if you can get 3 quotes.
What if there's an instance of there is no structure van in a certain area and there's only one that provides services for the, that type of service in a certain area, will one do they have to provide some sort of justification for that?
You can have one within that area, but they do have to provide justification. Why is it that they can't accept our fee for service rates? And then how do they determine the breakdown of the cost of the quote that they are asking?
Quickly, correct me if I'm wrong, but R50. Hoping that the patient is requested for special. That company is licensed product. They may not be allowed to come on to the transport. How can we go about that?
I'm sorry, you were breaking up.
He said that, if they are affiliated with the Hopi tribe, then it may be difficult for the transportation to get onto the Hopi reservation.
Correct.
And-
All of them would need a tribal license to enter that reservation to provide transportation.
I mean, that's more of a tribe. So there, I had provided an example a couple of years ago related to White Mountain, that's Apache tribe, where they started to really regulate who was going to be providing services in their community, because each tribe is a sovereign nation. So basically, those are concerns that you would need to take to your tribal leadership, because they're the one who actually do the registration for whoever is going to be going onto the tribal community. That's not something that access. They can be a registered provider, but it's really, if your tribe said, no, we only want cheese providers and they have to register, that's really the tribe's responsibility, because, you know, it's like inviting somebody into your home. You don't just allow anyone to come into your home. You basically have to agree with this provider, and then they're going to be compliant with what is required of that within that nation. So that's something you really need to talk to your tribal leadership about and have them escalate it up. And you know, provide more services for your members, depending on the need. Right.
Yes.
So.
Okay. Huh?
It was
Yes. Yes.
and I did try to inquire. Interesting. And I feel also very not sure what, and it would require you to sit down. What constitutes a vendor from not receiving my license? And we don't know, you know, it could be a vendor that's missing that you don't work. So that's something I'm thinking that we could go in addition to. If it was a vendor, then it's really out of our. That's on the AT&T company. They sit on taking very hard to apply for business license. You know, so we think I wouldn't ask that vendor to say, well, you have to. But I would, you know, like the vendor to understand that how it impacts on their person. Meet their application.
That's a really good thing to see at pro level. I mean, I really encourage all trying to do that, because it is a sovereign nation. Every nation has their own laws and their own regulations within the type of land. So we can register them at the access level. It is really you can also use the IGA when you take it to your leadership internally and say, look, we agree that we're going to establish a network of providers in our IGA that states that. So we need to, okay, these are what the case managers are reporting to me. they're telling us that we have a high need for this type of service. And usually I'm data driven, and that's how I kind of lead my teams through data. And then you can basically say, look, there's X amount of members that need this type of transportation, and we're having a hard time getting a provider. We're going to do some outreach. You at the program level are going to do some outreach on this whole list of providers that Access has that are transportation providers in northern Arizona. Some of them are currently, because like Hope's right in the middle of navigation, right? So they're going to have to, some of these providers are already doing business on Navajo reservation, and they might have to come through just to get, into our area to transport a member. If we reach out to some of these providers and just maybe a specific type of transportation provider, I know stretcher is really hard to come by on tribal land. So if you were to reach out to them and maybe work with them, and can we do that? That's something that you would have to take to your tribal leadership internally, and then they can work with that provider to try to get them on board. But it is in your IGA that you've agreed that, not me personally, but your tribal leadership has agreed to say that we're going to establish that network.
Rachel, I just like to give you a comment. Everyone. It should be worth that we have.
Yeah. But some of them have to go like Canyon or other places.
There's a
And so, yeah, I heard about that. So those providers have to be registered for both places to be able to make sure that they go in and out without issues at all. I did hear years ago that Navajo Nation's leadership saying, we're going to stop all the transportation provider. We're going to look for the registration. We're going to make sure that they're registered with Navajo Nation. And in that meeting, I was just like in awe because there's so many transportation providers on Navajo Nation. How can you stop all of them and make sure that they're registered? But that is the practice that everyone is doing now. And I do understand the reason why, because at one point we had a lot of providers out there that didn't understand the culture, that was not culturally sensitive, didn't even know how to speak the language. And the members were scared to get in the vehicle with a stranger. To them, it was a total stranger because they couldn't connect with them in any way. They don't look like us. They don't talk like us. Who are these people picking me up? And our elders are really scared to get in the vehicle with just anyone. So that's when a lot of the tribes said, we're going to actually oversee this, and they're going to have to register with us before we actually give them approval. So that's something internally each tribe has to do. But the list is available. You can go down the list and establish that network if you need to. And if you need the support, I did already contact Eloise. I did contact Perry.
Okay.
We did the list. I'm thinking that maybe providing that list to Perry, provider education, can provide that training to them so that you're not overwhelmed. I know you're very busy yourself.
Yes.
Provider registration is for. So I'm going to go ahead and handle that after we get the list.
Okay.
But basically, what I heard is that in those instances, family would individually contact patients, the healthcare system. What they would do is they would send somebody out there. Then they'll get out of that application. They'll jump into the whole transportation. And they that's how it's sometimes like that.
You had a question.
Yeah.
Let's go with Frida had her hands raised, so let's go real quick.
Yeah, I'm in front of council a lot, and one of the questions that gets thrown around, I think for the last maybe 8 or 9 months, and one of the questions that's been directed to me a few times has been the non-emergency transport situation. Who regulates fraud, waste, and abuse? And my response to council has been Access has a fraud, waste and abuse line. There's a email, there's a phone number, toll free. Anyone who's experienced fraud, waste and abuse can contact, them at this number. And then it always goes back to, well, you're the entity that uses non-emergency transport. Why aren't you regulating it? It's like, well, we're not the payer of those services technically. So I just wanted to get maybe a response from how Access looks at fraud, waste and abuse when it comes to misuse and of the non-emergency transport system.
It's all really by reporting. So say if your case manager notices or anyone notices that there's any sense of fraud, waste and abuse, they can report it. Anybody can report fraud, waste and abuse. So it's really by just who's reporting. Report it on the Access website. There is a fraud, waste and abuse where they can actually fill it out. They can also report it anonymously also. Just to kind of piggyback of what you said, about a year and a half ago, there was a direct care agency who have reported to me that the non-emergency company, transportation company, their drivers were intoxicated when they drive around the members. And they've reported it a couple of times, but it didn't really go anywhere. I don't know who they reported it to. I'm thinking it was on the website. But I told them, I said, the best thing to do is, because they had proof that a person was driving by and the vehicle was in an accident, and they were getting the grandma or the member out of the vehicle, and they took pictures of it. And I believe it was also in the news. So I went ahead and it was in the papers. So I went ahead and I told them, submit that, and I'll also internally also submit the QOC on it. And immediately they did their investigation, because our audit team is not out there. The transportation company who authorized these services, they're not out there in these locations. They're conducting business on a sovereign nation. And if you report it, someone will get to it. And then also internally, because fraud, waste and abuse is really big in DFSM right now, not only because of what happened with behavioral health, but across the board with the cost of Medicaid funding. So NEMT is one of the one that they periodically running data on who's submitting a lot of claims. What is going on with this provider? What does the mileage look like? All these documentation that Eloisa went through, it's really needed because they want to make sure that there's no fraud involved in that. So they need that documentation to confirm that transportation did happen with that number, and making sure that there are doctor's appointments that are aligned with these transports that are happening. So internally, they do a lot of back-end audits too after the services have been rendered. So, but it's by word, you have to report it. If it's not reported and people are just talking about it on the back end, they're not reporting it, nothing's going to be done about it because we don't see it out there. You all are seeing this. Yes. One of you, I don't know which one was first.
For our area of such as housing services, we have our however, sometimes, we all want to starting a driver to sometimes and that's what go down, whatever we have on their hands. Or management situations like that, we would have to, got to the point that we have to, and to, so we would, that's what and, and working ourselves and getting to some. Not necessarily, it's I also patient that and we get so that's just what we've done. And it's like that too. If we're get resources to use for the support of driving having their family, which just they give up us finance,
I mean, they put on your vehicle and that was years ago, things like that, and so most that, you know, during office. So, since they brought it up, you know, brought up issues like some this and stuff. So that, yeah, the contract gets being used like some on what they see or what they hear, you know, extend it. So, I really appreciate that finding providers. Or if, and obviously we're down to the meeting, she's being provided. So provided, and we do understand assist our members and see what we have. Especially our dial safety. But should that to motorized, wheelchair stuff, they can't use it. But if you see.
Yeah, I think all of us just needs to, start calling in your area, see who can provide services and who can't. And, maybe send us a list, because I did let our provider education team know already that we should be getting a list within the next couple of weeks. And then we'll forward that over to her and have her do the outreach. So if you have the provider name, the person you talk to, their contact information, and why they're not able to provide services to our tribal members in the community. And then they can do the education and maybe get some feedback. They'll, if they have that document, really, they can actually, when they're in the training, they can say, well, some of you are saying this, and some of you are saying this to the case managers. Why is it? So that they can provide more education at their level. Because it takes up a lot of you all's time to constantly trying to call and call and call. And it really does help for, you know, you kind of do the legwork of who you see, who's out there, who's registered and within the tribe, and then work from there and then send over the list to us of who's not wanting to provide services. And then they can do the education at the provider education level, because it really is their responsibility to do that for any Medicaid provider. We don't do that. We don't know the in-depths of what they do and how they train, because then you're going to come across questions related to claims. You're going to say, who do I send a claim to? How do I do this? And then you're just going to be like, I don't know that, you know, and then sometimes they feel like you're not confident. I don't know if I'm going to get paid. And then you might give the wrong information. You don't know that. And that's pretty much what I say internally to my team also, and say, okay, there's only a limit where we can go. We got to cut off the communication and hand them over to the right people. So yeah, if you guys could get us a list, if you're having issues with your transportation providers, who you're reaching out to, what they're telling you, because in the provider listing, you can actually do it by county. I think it's by county or city. Break it down and call those providers and ask them why they're not able to provide transportation, what type of transportation they provide. And if they say, no, we don't service that area, ask them why, you know, and then also find out if they're registered within the tribe. And then let us know, you know, why, because some providers are stating not just transportation, they're saying, oh, we can service AIHP members, but we don't do tribal TALTCS. And that we need to know that too, because that way our provider education team can say, I heard you saying this, you cannot be saying this, and provide a more in-depth training on that piece of it.
A quick question on the service for T2007. There a limit of waiting time on that?
Yeah, that would be more of a question. Can you repeat the question again?
On the service code T2007, is there a limit on wait time for them?
Yes, there is a limit of 6 units, but only when it's necessary that the transportation company has to wait. Um, Each unit is 30 minutes.
There are some that use it, some that don't use it. So it's kind of, it raises a question to me if they're just putting numbers in there. But I know that what they're transporting them for is necessary. So that's just my question, is that if they're just putting in units to get that extra, to be compensated extra.
Yes, as long as the transportation company didn't actually waited for the member and didn't leave the location of the member's facility that they just dropped them off at, they can bill for wait time only when it's necessary. But you can read that information on chapter 14. Claims, emails, service tickets. Next slide, please. How to address questions related to transportation claims, emails, service tickets. Providers should use the online claim status as the first step in checking the status of claims payments. For claims assistance, providers can submit a ticket to the Access Solutions Center. In the request, specifically indicated that the request is about claims for the Division of Fee-for-Service Management and include a specific CRN or ICN number. And any questions?
Questions for the provider listing. What is being done to increase resources or the transportation companies in counties that do not have any type of services whatsoever? In La Paz County, there's only one company that's providing non-emergency transportation, and that's an ambulance, private company that does ambulatory transport. We contacted CHR, IHS, and other travel departments to see if there's any type of resources or other companies that can be reached out to see if they can provide services in that area. There's absolutely no transportation companies besides that private company. So they charge a substantial fee to transport members, which is about maybe 1,800. So is there anything that can be done to increase those resources in counties that have absolutely no companies available for transportation?
I really don't know how to answer that question because that would be provider registration. They're the ones that registered the providers. You would have to ask provider registration if there's something, how do they determine who's going to be registered within that area? Or Leslie, do you know the answer to that one?
Hi, I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
There's some counties that do not have any transportation companies available in that area. So Cross County, there's only one private ambulance company that provides non-emergency medical transportation, and they charge about 1,800 for their transportation. What can be done to increase those companies or kind of like provide incentives for companies to become an access registered provider so that way we can have resources available to members in those counties? I know there's La Paz County, Yavapai County, there's Prescott and the Yavapai tribes that don't have transportation available to them. Fort Cachan in Yuma, there's only about one company too that provides transportation. So these companies are kind of like creating a monopoly and charging outrageous fees just to transport members. So what can be done to increase companies to become a registered provider for access?
Yeah, that's a really great question. And it's definitely something Access is trying to keep an eye on just in terms of what is our network, right? Like where, and not just with transportation, but our network in general in terms of making sure there's providers specifically, especially in these rural areas and hard to reach areas. So I think, you know, first and foremost, just assessing the network and, you know, forums like this where we're hearing about the concerns that members are having and how it's impacting them can help us in assessing the network and strategizing how we might be able to help fill it. I guess one question that I have when we're talking about, and when you're saying providers are charging excessively to transport, I mean, Access has rates set, and so I think that's something that we'd be interested in knowing as well. Like, who are these providers that you're that you're saying are charging excessive rates? What do those look like? I think we can run some data on them and have conversations with them as well. But I'm definitely interested in terms of how are they charging excessive rates when Access sets rates that providers can be reimbursed. And so it sounds like there might be a disconnect there and some communication with the providers that need to happen. I know one other thing, just in general, you know, Access is DFSM is trying to look at our NEMT as a whole, and we are it's still very, very early stages, but we're trying to assess and strategize different ways of how we might be able to implement NEMT, whether that be, I don't want to say a broker model. I know that MCOs use brokers, and it wouldn't be that model because providers or members still have choice in fee for service, but really just kind of assessing opportunities for you know, maybe working with a contractor or vendor that can help in terms of operationalizing NEMT on the fee for service side, which we hope would also help address some of the barriers that we're identifying for, you know, those hard to reach areas. Again, like I'm sorry, that's not a really concrete answer, and because it's something that we're still in the early phases of pursuing, but, you know, just knowing that it is on our radar and we're trying to have some internal strategies in terms of how we can address it.
So what I have to do is I have to locate one which is over 100 miles away. But I was told they wouldn't transport them because there's no one in the vehicle where they're going while they're going to pick up this member. So are we allowed to pay them for not having a person in the vehicle while they're going to pick them up? Authorize it?
No, that's not a covered service.
So-
Yeah, go ahead. As a couple years ago, I ran into the same issue on those experiencing. And what I did is I actually went to Access specialty rate. The guy was saying, if someone's getting paid for mileage getting over there, that 100 miles, no, there was nobody on board. So they gave me a quote on that. And then I got other companies I tried to get two of those quotes, but they didn't respond, but I just made that second quote, no response. So actually provided free quotation. And the guy quoted that extra miles over there, like 100 miles back. No, for nobody on board. And so he broke it down basically, gave me four access and present other transport companies I tried. And this opposite. Then I was like,
Yeah,
you don't get paid. Going there to the member, you get paid once the member is picked up in the vehicle and going to their destination. So if they're coming from like Phoenix, going to Payson back to Phoenix, going to Payson, they don't get paid for it. And they lose out on like resources or money to make that trip to Payson. And they only get paid to pick up the patient. So you take them back to Phoenix, back to Payson, and you don't get paid for that. So a lot of them deny transport over 100 miles for the ride.
So Leslie and Eloise, that's something that we have been, that I had actually escalated over to Ben a while back. We are running into that issue, with providers, especially from Native Health. We run into that quite a bit because in those smaller tribe, their tribal land, there are no providers within, I would say, probably more than 60 to 90-mile radius. There are no providers in those service areas. Maybe in some cases over 100 miles. So I think this is a continued challenge and barrier for those members. And because providers, there's no local provider within those tribal community. I don't know, Leslie, I'm pretty sure you've been out to some of these tribal lands, but in some areas, you'll see that there are no businesses out there. And I think this continues to be a challenge for the tribal TALTCS members because providers are saying, okay, if I have to go, if I'm the nearest provider in Flagstaff, and if I have to go into, a tribal community that's more than 50, 60 miles away, I don't get paid to go out there to pick up the member. And then have to then take the member to the appointment and go back out there. I'll only get paid when I pick up the member and then drop off the member, but I still have to come back to my business location. I don't get paid for those. And I think we really do need to look at that because if the member's not in the vehicle, it's really much more of a challenge because I know the case managers do their due diligence of locating a provider. In some areas there are an abundance of transportation providers, but in those smaller tribal areas, there's really hardly any providers out there. And I think that's one of the reasons why we get quite a bit of specialty transportation requests from Native Health. And you'll see when they do submit something, it's related to some instances like that. So, but we're still having discussions related to that with Ben. So I think we'll come out of that.
Yeah, Rachel, I think, I mean, I agree. I think there, definitely this is a larger conversation that includes, more access, executive leadership in terms of that decision and around, the transports when there isn't a member. So that time it takes to get out there, travel that long distance to get the member. So appreciate you continuing to have this conversation and keep it on the radar. I think again, like we need to make sure that we are having those conversations internally with our rates team and our executive management for pursuing any changes there.
Yes, I agree.
They, if the person, I want them to have 30 days, and they won't come from Flagstaff to Camp 30 to Phoenix because the time the Flagstaff and Camp 30. And then they'll say, well, now we gotta wait, and then we're losing out on their services. And there's always a barrier that they will say, so that wait time is also an issue that.
And also that. Wider, that would take a page. And that's that. So, and then they use like a transfer or transfer. That's their management.
So, and then looking at the policy, it indicates that the applicant therefore has to be in the vehicle for us to pay. So that's for some of these, transport companies, saying, you know, doing on that. So, and now they have those, the policy posted on the wall of their cell at the hospital. So a lot of the times they're will not get paid. So, and then some of them are just, you know, using it and then that medication. So those. So it's just a lot of issues. And then the same with DVs. Some people don't have transport, and then I know I found out that road tech their supplies out generally once a month. And the wheelchair members people are cannot be bothered. So there's just a lot of issues around that. And there's also one other question I wanted to ask. The DEs were allowed to use transport of these oxygen or I don't know, just whatever, especially out of livestock department.
We did have this. Yeah. Also, I think it's too. Yeah, it's good for, she didn't know what she like to take the member over there, decide about something we need to decide about over there. That's one too little like that. Where we have to talk about even though we were going to get the policy. And that is true. We have to.
Yeah, those are some concerns that we're also addressing internally. So Leslie, there's currently a couple of providers more recently within the past maybe week or a little bit of providers telling us that they're not going to be servicing a certain area, especially northern Arizona, where members are not able to get their oxygen or their supplies. So that's a bit more, I believe that we have to have more internal discussions related to that. We have to do outreach, especially to GoTech. I know Vanessa's been working really hard and calling these providers and letting them know that they are an access registered provider. So we're trying to work that internally, but I think that's where access is really going to have to help you all out to say, look, you are a DME provider and you agree to service all Medicaid members, and you have to do your due diligence of delivering these services. So it is really, I believe it's our responsibility to do that outreach and get them back on board, because what we've also been hearing is we service AIHP, but we don't service tribal alternates or we don't service THP. And that's a big problem, because if you're willing to service AIHP, what is the difference between servicing my TALTCS members? So that's more of an outreach that we have to do. I know Preferred is kind of already in OIG's already looking at them and figuring out what they're supposed to be doing. They did agree that they were going to provide services and they were not going to hinder these services to the members. They were going to do what they can. So they agreed and they were doing it for a while. And I think they're now Lincare. They're Lincare. But slowly it's starting to happen again. So we were having monthly meetings with Preferred, who's now Lincare, but I think we're going to have to go back to that because once we don't have that communication, we think everything is good. It kind of goes back to the same way. But that's where we need to hear from you all. You know, who did you speak to? What was their name? What was their contact information? And what exactly did they say to you? Having an email, really, we can hold them accountable to it. Having those phone conversations, they'll say, oh, no, I didn't say that, you know, but so it's really good to get an email, get a contact, start communicating with them that way. Because as Preferred did at one point, they said, oh, no, it was a system. We were integrating and changing it to a new plan. And they kind of came up with this rationale of why they were refusing services. Now they're supposed to be Lincare and the services are supposed to continue, but we're still slowly starting to hear that members are not getting serviced out there. We heard Rotec was doing the same thing. But AHP is not experiencing that. Why is it all of a sudden only our tribal TALTCS members? It doesn't make any sense. So, well, we're still working on that. Hopefully within the next couple of weeks, we'll be able to get the meetings back on the calendar, and we'll start meeting with them internally. But in the meantime, we'll once we hear something, we'll let you all know, with especially Lincare and Rotec. I think that's the one that we're anticipating of having a meeting with them in the next couple of weeks. So hopefully we'll have an answer early on that one, because members should get their DMEs delivered to them. And why is that different? Why do they, I mean, we've had DME drop off from, I believe was for a medical bed. Members had to come from Chinle all the way to Sholo just to pick up a bed. And I said, that's not right, because some members don't have transport, don't have family support. You know, they rely on us to help them in those certain circumstances. And we shouldn't, not provide that service to our members. So yeah, if we know about it, we can do, we can try to work with these providers to do something about it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Access can look at this in regard to providers that are out of state that are willing to come into Arizona, for specifically the ones that are on the Colorado kind of border. I know some of my case managers in the specific example that Robert and Shalina brought up, they actually call Colorado, some of the DME providers, and they were willing to do it. But I guess there's some sort of specific issue with cross-state boundaries. Maybe that's something, an agreement that Access can do at a higher level to allow individuals that live really close to a bordering state to get services from, like Gallup or not Colorado, like Cortez or, something like that, or Farmington. I know there's some providers that are willing to do it, but they just don't have the authority to come into Arizona. So that would be just a recommendation.
Yeah, that will probably be more of a internal discussion that we would have to have with provider registration, what their requirements are, and see what they have to do, because we do have the SNFs that are out of state.
Right.
And they're registered. So they're Access registered providers. We do have out of state registered providers, but I don't know what the criteria needs to be. Maybe if you had like another thing, like data to say, okay, we have X amount of numbers in that area. And the closest one, I think now our previous site, we're down to one, I believe not even one, right? Stuff for Northern Arizona for the O2.
They used to be Sandstone, but now they're no longer, yeah.
It's none right now.
And that's scary.
Yeah, it is.
It's very scary.
And I believe one of the providers said, if the member comes and picks it up, we're willing to service the member, but that again, in a situation where yeah. So we have to really think about those members, especially the ones that don't have transportation, that really need that service. So it's more of an internal discussion that we have to have at the Access level, but I'm really anticipating within the next 2 weeks, we really do need to have a serious meeting with these providers and figure out what's going on, because
it's holding up discharges. That's what happened in
Exactly.
this specific cases. They wouldn't allow discharge of this member without oxygen. And this member came down from Northern Arizona. And the only way that we got them discharged, right, Shalina, was that they got discharged to Glendale, to the granddaughter's home. But then secretly they got the oxygen there, then they went back up north. So it's very challenging.
Yeah, and it just kind of really hit us all of a sudden. We heard about Sandstone in December, and then I basically say, hey, you can't do that. You can't just drop our numbers like that. So we slowly been transitioning. But as we started to transition, the other providers said, oh no, we don't do that anymore. And it's like, what's going on? It's becoming a ripple effect. And I honestly think it's because it's need to look at the rates. Yep. It's gotta be the rates, because in some areas, these providers really, I know, because in some areas, they have to go miles in a dirt road just to get to somebody's house. And then when they get out there, if you're lucky, you have a driver that knows the location. And then you don't, and then in other cases, you have a provider that doesn't know, there's no street sign, it's a dirt road, and they have to go down a canyon, up the hill, and, you know, go to this nearest bush. When you see this, you know where to turn. And it's like, what provider wants to do that? You know, and it's sometimes the provider is in Flagstaff or here at in Phoenix, and having to drive all the way up there just to deliver a couple of items and then back. It's not feasible. You know, it's not cost effective for them also. So those are some issues that I really want to bring internally, because we are really down to no providers. As of last week, I think it's just really confirmed no providers for D&E company. Where some are still holding on, and they're going to render the services that were already PA. But the end of this month, I don't know what we're going to do. So yeah, we're still working on that internally. Hopefully we can meet with these two providers and they'll continue services. But we're at that meeting. I'm going to reiterate, you need to deliver these services to the members in their homes. Being the DCW agencies to come in and get the medication, I mean, the supplies. I mean, I would really encourage them for more support on that. If they do have family that is able to provide that service, but then how many are like that? You know, we still need to capture the number of members who, you're having issues with the service delivery for DMEs, but I really don't want to take up Eloise's time regarding the DME stuff, more transportation. As far as transportation providers, Eloisa, and then members picking up their medication or DME items, just kind of putting that on your radar. That's going to continue to be an issue with some of these. I guess it's a continued question that we're going to have when can they use a transportation provider to pick up their medication? And the barrier that we're running into is that some of these transportation providers, if they're we're only talking about the ones that have to travel a long distance. They only get paid one way. I think we're going to continue to get those challenging scenarios, and it's not an ongoing thing. It happens. Sometimes they have family support, but every member's life is very important. And I think that's where we're going to continue to have those questions revolving around when can we use transportation to pick up DME items? Can they use it to pick up their medication? You know, those are some continued questions that we're getting.
No, them are great questions. And yes, they can use transportation to pick up their medications and DME.
Oh, what about those members who are bedbound but may have family support that is able to pick up the medication, but they don't have transportation? Can that family support person pick up the medication using the transportation company?
Unfortunately, they can. It can only be the member.
What is the thought? Did you hear that, Eloisa?
No, I'm sorry. I could,
They said that what if they received like a letter of support from the physician that the member can't tolerate transportation, but authorize a family member to pick up the medication for them in a letter from the physician.
I believe they can. There is a policy in chapter 14 where they has to be the member picking up the medication. I'm trying to find it really quick here. And I believe I'm trying to look real okay, pick up a
Ones that are big and really the rough, or just really rough that we can't, they're not able to stay in the vehicle, even if you get a stretcher just to go pick up meds, they can't, no, it's just,
Yeah, we really have to have that internal discussion, related to those issues.
yes, I think we do have to have that. Leslie, do you have any information on this?
She hopped off the call.
Oh, did she? Okay. So we'll work on that. I'll work with Leslie, Trisha, and everybody about if a member can't pick up the medication, are they allowed to? I know there's something stating that the transportation company is not allowed to pick up the medication on behalf of the member. But I'll have to check more information on that. And then I'll go ahead and send it to you regarding that.
What we had to do in the past, because we had a member that was bedbound, and they needed, what we ended up having to do was that the case manager had to go out and pick up the medication themselves and deliver it. Even the medical equipment is what we had to do. And this was with Road Tech that we had to do this with. They will release it to the case manager, but they won't release it to the transport company. So that's how we had to arrange that.
Yes, I know that the transportation company, they can't really, or they shouldn't because of the policy part of it, that it shouldn't be the transportation company. But I just have to do some more research about if a member is bedbound, who can pick up the medication for them, or Rotec, the DME equipment. If a family member can, if there's a letter, I'll have to do a little bit more research.
Eloise, I think it's more specifically, we would be talking of researching on long-term care members. Because I think you don't have the issue on the AHP side because members are not long-term care. They're able to, able to make those appointments or schedule the transportation themselves. And so I don't think there's really an issue on the AHP side. Maybe that's the reason why you haven't heard, but this, I'm glad that we were able to discuss this and bring something to your attention. And maybe you can, internally, we can work on something together to kind of, help in these barriers and challenges that our programs are.
No, I agree. Because we aren't aware of that. Again, it's all text. We rarely see the transportation part, but it's good information to know the things that are happening.
So let me just make, just to clarify. So, you're saying that the member can use the transport, non-emergency transport to pick up their medication and their DME?
Yes, they can use transportation is a covered service for them to pick up medication. Their medication is just that the transportation company is not allowed to pick up medication on behalf of the member.
Yeah, I understand that, but I know in the past we were told that they couldn't, that the member could not use transport to pick up medication or DME. Now you're saying that they can. So I just want to clarify that
Yes,
because
because if it's the same coverage as the regular AIHP members, we do see them picking up medication and we have approved them.
but this is for TALTCS. Arizona Law Numbers. Is the same.
It's the same.
Okay.
Yes.
And can you, maybe, send us a link to where that policy is at, Eloisa, that way?
Yes.
The team will know, and, you know, when they're training, because we have supervisors, the majority of attendants here is supervisors, so that they can at least share that with their, youth managers when they get back to providing more education.
I did add a link to that. Let me find another document really quick. Let me add the link.
Okay.
Let me add this link. I did add chapter 14 and chapter 11, and that has information too. And let me add one more. And then this one has all kinds of useful information that they can read through, and it should guide them regarding NENT questions. And let me add this. The other one's going to be chapter 820. And these 3 documents should be useful information on what's covered and not covered.
Perfect. Thank you so much,
You're
Eloise.
welcome. Thank
I know
you.
longer than expected, but we appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Bye.
Copy those words, because once we get out of the meeting. Good.
Okay. So, we'll take a 10-minute break real quick. And then we'll go on with the agenda. We're a little behind, but we'll still take a break. So we'll return at 11:30.
Wendy's, I got for sandwiches, and then a little bit further down, you're talking about. And then there's that, it's like a walk. There's that microphase that this thing is gonna let us have on the other side.
So our next presentation will be Rachel, and she's gonna go over weekly reports.
And I'm gonna do it in 15 minutes.
You think so?
It's the question, Rachel.
You think so?
I'm started.
Now. Yeah, well, regards to their background, we gotta get started. So this is. There's so many things that is going on. The audit is coming up. Again, I'm gonna mention that 2025, the audit's coming up. Also, there's internal discussions about upcoming federal requirements and federal audits. They're going to be looking at what my team approves for you all. So any specialty rates requests, any DME requests, any long-term care request that comes in, like the CES review and approval, they will be coming. They will be coming in. CMS is going to be coming in, or someone from the federal government is going to be coming in to audit the cases. So in your IGA, just to let you know, because sometimes there's resistance in providing us documentation. There's always questions of why is Access looking at this? Why is Access requesting this? Why is Access doing this? Why is Access just coming in to ask for these things? It's going to be a requirement across the board for all health plans. If CMS comes in and says, we want to audit this trial. We want to see the case notes. We want to see the charts. We want to know how their performance is. And we also want to know what you guys are reviewing and approving. So there's going to be, you've kind of already been doing it right now. There's going to be missing information, unable to process. You know, your facts didn't come through. We're not going to be able to process it because my team is the one that is actually going to be audited. They are going to be looking and seeing what we are we complying with what is required of us to do at Access. If something requires a higher level of care review by my team members will be reviewed on their performances related to, are they looking at every documentation? Are they ensuring that everything that they're reviewing, especially when it comes to the clinical team, is it medically necessary? Are there clinical documentation? Are they within the recent time frame of what they're requested for? So that is the reason why we're going to go over some of these reporting. The good thing about our program is I'm always bragging about this because we are much more in advance, I feel like, because most of our reportings are electronic. The system automatically generates these reports for us. We've come a long ways to having these reports more current than 6 weeks old. I think they're more very current, like if the report came out today, it would be data on anything that happened within the past couple of weeks. It's not going to be the past couple of months. It's going to be the past couple of weeks. So that's the good thing on our part when it comes to the weekly reports that we send out to you. The 3 reports that I'm going to go over today is the projected overdue non-service line and the CES report. We'll go to it in that order. And you're very familiar with this. If you are not familiar with this, I encourage you to get to know your IGA. It's really important as leaders to know the IGA because when your case managers are coming to you and says, why is Access making us do this? Why is Access telling us we have to do it? Why are they being so complicated with us? Why is it that we have to do it this way? Your response as a leader should be because we agreed to it. This is part of the IGA, what their responsibilities are as a case manager. This is not the state telling you that you have to do this. It's required by CMS that we have to follow these processes. And the only reason why is because everyone is starting to realize that this population is very vulnerable. They can easily be abused in any shape or form by anyone that comes into your life. And some of these members don't have the family support that they need. We have quite a bit of members that do have it, but there are some cases where it escalates to the family taking over. They want more hours, they want this, they want that, but they forget about the member. So everything has to be person-centered. So it's really up to that case manager to be able to know what is required of them according to our policies. And that's where the IGA in different areas, it does talk about what the case manager's responsibilities are and where you can look to see what the case manager's responsibilities are. And then talking about person-centered planning, ensuring that placements, placing a member in a certain setting, they have to understand, are they really assessing that member totally? And when we're saying assessing the member totally, that doesn't mean, okay, you go into somebody's house and say, since you're here in the house, you're going to provide employment support. You can't say that because you don't know the dynamics of that family. Sometimes the daughter may be there because they don't have no place to go, but they can't stand to take care of their loved one that's there. So they just ignore them. You cannot make somebody take care of somebody. That's in the policies also. So you have to make sure that any type of placement that you place the member in, you have to be very, not only culturally sensitive, but also understand that what type of support does this member need and what is cost effective, and making sure that, you're addressing all areas of the member's needs and having that discussion. So these are areas that you can always refer your case managers to, because the question should stop at your level, and you should be able to answer those questions at your levels. This is your program. This is your members. Your employees. You know what's going on in their personal life. Even what's going on in their personal life to say, okay, this is what's going on, and I can help and I can support you in this way. But ultimately, we go back to the IGA. This is what we agree to. So we got to make it happen somehow. We got to work together to make it happen. Next slide. And again, case management. When we're talking about overdue report and stuff, this comes really into play when we're talking about the standards that the case managers have had. This is all in policy, but I just took parts of the policy out just to remind you. And maybe if you want to use some of these slides in the future for your case managers, kind of refresh their memory and refresh. There's a little changes that has happened over the past couple of years, but what their responsibility as a case manager and how often they should be seeing that member and making sure that they stay within those time frames. If there's an issue or a concern in the household, or maybe the member's needs, or maybe the member's declining faster than you thought, they need more frequent visits, maybe they now were diagnosed with something and you want to continue to monitor that member very closely. You want to be more member specific, member centered. You want to make sure that that case manager understands and that you're supporting that case manager and making sure that, that each of the members' needs are being met, and having that conversation and that dialogue with the case manager, very important. Right? So there's some, especially with specialty rates in a nursing home, these are kind of some questions that I had when we're getting documentation as I'm going through these overdues. And I'm reading some comments. And by the way, most case managers are putting comments into the C-165 screen to let us know what's going on with that case. In some instance, we're hearing, or it's being documented. I tried to call the provider and I'm not getting medical documentation. But the comments were in October, and we're now in January, and we're still waiting for a tracking. What's going on? What is going on? So my question is, if they're at the facility doing the review, why can't they obtain the documents there when they're there at the facility? Why do you have to go back? Because before you go, I'm thinking, before I used to go in to go see my dad when he was in the hospital, I would always say, I would call the doctor or get in contact with the doctor and say, what's going on with my dad? What do I need to say? What do I need to do? What do I need to educate him on? I remember St. Joe's telling me, you can't, not St. Joe's, it was Good Samaritan at the time. They said, we can't use you as an interpreter because you're not a certified interpreter. So we're going to have to find an interpreter that's able to communicate what's going on with your father's health. And he was seeing a pulmonologist, he had COPD, and everything that they were trying to explain to him, he was like, I don't know what they're saying to me. You know, he was like, he started accusing them that they were trying to kill him. And so he would fight. And so I said, okay, do your thing. Good luck with that. 3 days went by. And fine, they're calling me like crazy. Rachel, come on in. We need you to interpret for us because your dad is not understanding. He's getting frustrated with us. We need to come in. So yeah. And I said, where's your certified interpreter? We can't find one. I had to go in there and I had to tell him what was going on. And he was like, oh, okay. He got out of his bed and he went and got x-rays and everything. And like, what did you say? And I said, I just needed to explain to him. And now I know that what was going on with him. So your members know, you know, who they can talk to, you know, who the case manager can talk to, what the issues, what the concerns are. And at that time, before you go in there, you really need to find out what's going on with the member. Encourage your case managers to look at, you know, what is in the member's treatment? What is going on with this member? Is the member declining even more? And what's going on with this member? Is the member happy? Is the member okay? Is the member safe? Kind of going through all of that will really help that case manager to get the documents right then and there, go through it, address any issues and concerns at that point, and then advocate on behalf of that member. Like, this is not right. This is not, you know, this is not how it's supposed to be. And some of you all don't have a nurse on staff. So that's a great time to, you know, schedule a meeting with our nurses and say, hey, I kind of have a concern. You know, can we have a meeting? I want to discuss this case with you. And my team is available as long as you send an email and let them know they can actually sit down with you and have a discussion, especially with these special things. That's where I'm seeing a lot of concerns. And I'm thinking, but they authorized it without the documentation. So how do they know if their member's improving? How do they know if this placement is appropriate for that member if they're just continuing to authorize it without the documentation? So you need that. So before, I think these are some things that you all need to take back to your case manager and say, you know, be prepared for these meetings because it's very important. You know, think about it as your own family member. You want to know what's going on with your family member before you actually get there so that you can provide that education to the member and let them know this is what's happening, this is what's going on. Do you know what's going on? You know, do you need me to help you with something? Is there anything that I can help you with? So if you have that information with you or before you actually go in the member's room, you're able to kind of go through the chart and be able to see what's going on with the member that you can have a much more in-depth discussion during your PCSP. So those are some things that I have questions on. It's like, why aren't they getting these documentation when they're doing the review? And we're still waiting for a specialty rate, you know, request for months ago. And the packet is what's being held up because there's no medical documentation. And in the comment, it says, we're still waiting on provider to send your applications. That doesn't make any sense to me. You were just there. Why couldn't you, you know, have access to that document and getting those records? If they're not giving you those records, you need to let your supervisor know. And your supervisor can advocate for you know, you tell the case manager that I can advocate for you to get those medical records. And if they don't talk to you, you can always escalate it to us and we'll go ahead and they need those documentation. We had one instance where a member was discharged from a 0194 high level of care who had a lot of behavioral health needs. All of a sudden, they're in an ELF. And then I said, who was part of this discharge planning? What happened? Member has been having outbursts, fighting, needed one-to-one, and now they're doing that in the ELF. What was the discharge planning? What happened? The provider just refused to service the member, and that's what I'm assuming. And because they weren't getting paid, it wasn't getting authorized because there was no documentation. They say, "Saturn with this member." So those are the kind of things that you really need to help support your case manager. So if numbers showing up on the projected overview report, you really need to follow up on this one. As a supervisor, you should be asking these questions. Don't just forward this report to your case manager and say, here, fix it. Your number showed up on the error report. What can I do to help you to make sure that we coordinate, to make sure that services are being provided? Because why didn't you do the reviews? It's very, very funny to me sometimes when I look at some comments, I go into deep investigation mode. There was one case, case manager said, I'm overwhelmed. I got a lot of cases. I don't have time to review. There's no time to review on the comment screen. So I said, okay, let me see. I pulled up CA 225. Case manager, 3 cases to review that. 3 cases to review. And I'm like, what's taking up their time? That's not a question for me to ask. That's a question for you leaders to ask. If somebody's on the overdue report, what is the cause of that overdue report? You have the system to look at. And if the case manager says, I don't have time, you want to know where they're spending their time at. If they only have 3 cases to review that month, why hasn't this been done? Why has this been overdue for going on over 50, 60 days? You know, you got to find out those reasons and make sure that they're providing information. If they're saying, I'm having a hard time getting this medical documentation provided, you got to put your leadership hat on, call the provider, and find out what's going on. And don't go yell at them and, you know, accuse them of this and that. We just want to know what's going on, because there's always 2 sides of the story. You got to be kind of neutral and figure out, why are they not working with my case manager? How can I build this, you know, bridge between the gap between the 2 of them so that they can no longer have this issue? So you got to be able to do that. But you got to look at the whole picture. So when we're sending this overdue report to you, oh, not again. You know, it's not that. You got to really find out what's going on with that case manager and find out how you can help support that case manager. Next slide. The same thing with members in the home. This one for me is really clear to me because I always make the example that my father passed away when I was 5 to 7. And I would call him 3 times a day, every time he had to take his medication. And then I would harass him the rest of the day. And I would have cameras up too so that I can watch what my dad was doing. Is he getting up? Is he exercising? Is he doing this? Not in his room, but just around the main living area. I would watch him. And sometimes he would, you know, he would tease me. And I would tease him. Why is that lady coming to visit you again? You know, and, you know, because he didn't, you know, he wasn't eligible for TALTCS, you know, and so he had severe COPD. But for some reason, like Jody had mentioned, he wasn't qualified for long-term care. So a year to date that he was denied of all his tests, he passed away. But I would make sure that I would do whatever I can in my power to take care of him. Whether I did it through the camera, calling him, but I also made my visit up there every 2 weeks, shopping to get my patient ready to help, you know, find out what the doctor said. Did you go to your doctor visit? Did you go to that appointment? Make sure don't miss it. Do I need to help you schedule the transportation? All of those things I would have to do just to make sure that, because he didn't want to live down. He wanted to stay up there. So taking that into perspective, you know, asking these questions, you know, when they're doing the persistent planning, you know, how often should it be happening? It should be happening timely. When you look at the CA 165 screen, and even if you're a new leader, it says review date and next review date. That tells you when the case manager should be out there to do the reviews. So we'll go more into that, but just kind of really looking at the environment, having them go through the PCSP, addressing the needs. What does the member need? What is going on with this member? And it has to be done timely because your member can decline. And it could also be more frequent, as we mentioned before, depending on the member's diagnosis. Next slide. The famous Annie here. I love to take this picture. when Annie used to work for Native Health, they must have, taken a picture of her doing her assessment. So that is really important for the members being face to face, talking to your member, making sure that the assessments are happening timely. And kind of going back to what I had mentioned before, making sure that you're documenting and making sure that the services that you're coordinating for is one thing that I always try to say is, why are you assessing for the month of January? And we're already at the end of January. That doesn't make sense. You should always be assessing for the next month. Like, what are they going to need? And that's where your prior authorization comes into play. Everything has to be prior authorized. And you have to make sure that, okay, for the next month, this member is going to need this, and the member is going to need this. So if you got to stay on that cycle of looking at your review date on the CA 165 suite, pay attention to that. Always run a report and see, okay, this person has this workload, this person has this workload, and this person has this workload. I don't know if any of you do one-to-one. Okay, I can see that you have this many cases due this month. I don't know if you have a calendar or they have to start doing their outreach when they're going to schedule the next meeting, but it has to be done prior to that date that is on the CA 225 state. You have to make sure that they are meeting those timeframes. That way, you know that you are going to be in compliance, they are going to be in compliance. You won't be getting a phone call, an email from a provider, an email from Vandana telling you, hey, this provider is telling us that they don't have authorization from this month. So you won't have to run into those things. So just make sure that, you know, you are in those things accordingly. And you should not be authorizing services that you have not assessed. And that continues to happen. Authorizing services or over authorizing services, and they haven't even done the assessment. The review was supposed to be due in February, but I see an authorization up to May. I'm like, you haven't even made your visit. So how can you authorize to May when you haven't even done your February visit? So those are some things that you're going to learn as we go through these presentations here. And then as for, I know one of you have mentioned, what if the member is not wanting to meet and do the PCSP? And they keep delaying it, keep postponing it. You can discontinue services and let them know, I'm not able to authorize the services until I do a face-to-face with you. And then you can stop and then issue them in a way for not being compliant. And then also do a managed risk agreement to, if the member says, that case manager doesn't like me, they want to take away my services. They want to be the boss of me. They want to bully me around. They don't want to authorize my services. But if I go and when I get that call, I look into my ass, I look at the comment screen and I'm seeing, on such and such day, I reach out to the member, didn't answer phone. I did this, member didn't contact me. I did this on this day. The member still has not contacted. So then I will just automatically say, hey, did you call the program manager? Yes, I already did, but they're not talking to me. Okay, then, well, here's their information, talk to them first before you come back to me then. And when they come back to me, it's like, no, I see here that they tried to reach out to me and you're not responding. So how can services be coordinated for you? And you have privy to the policy. I love it when the young healthcare decision maker or those young attendant caregivers, family members call me and say, I want more hours. And I'm like, what? This is not for you. What does it member need? And then I say, well, then they start kind of being challenging. And I say, there's a policy. I encourage you to learn the policy. Here's the AM/PM policy. Here's the link. If I can get your email address, I'll send you the link. This is what you're supposed to do as a healthcare decision maker. And this is your responsibility, along with this is the member's responsibility. You have this information, use it the best that you can. And I encourage you to learn about long-term care because this service is to help your loved one. It's not for you to pay your parking a truck payment. I was told one time by a caregiver, I can't make my truck payment because I don't get enough units. And so I had to re-educate them. and let them know that they are fraudulently and abusing this service because it's not for them. And they backed off really quickly. And I said, I have you on recording. I have it all on recording that you're stating this to me. So I would really refrain myself from saying those things and really educate myself, because if you love your loved one as much as you say you do, and I'm sure you do, you want to know everything about what your health insurance is about. And you want to know what's available to them. And many times, I would say 99.9% of the time, they back off. I get it. And I said, don't argue with the case managers. Don't fight with anybody, because that's not what this is. That's what they can. And then there's help support. And we literally had to, I know with Vanessa, she went as far as reporting a healthcare decision maker to OIG, because it got that extreme where they were really verbally abusing the case manager, where they were being violent, combative. And sure enough, OIG looked at the whole thing, investigated, and sent a letter to the member of the department from our legal department. So you have that support, but you got to know how to use it and document it. If you're not documenting it, we don't really know how to support you. So the case managers will be coming to you, and this is where you learn. Have you done this? Have you done that? Why are you authorizing services more? Because now old case manager leaves, new one comes in and say, well, so-and-so used to give me this many hours. Well, so-and-so always used to authorize this for me. That's when you educate the member and say, look, this is policy. And that's where they back off. So, you have the policies to help you, and you have the IGA to support you, to provide that additional support to your case manager by the MCU. Next slide. And this is kind of the same thing that you all should be communicating. It has to be the most integrated setting. What is the specific needs of the member? Really going through the person-centered planning and making sure that it's member focused. Member focused. What is it that they need? Without anyone, like, what do you do when you get up the time that you go to bed? I didn't want reimbursement for gas. I didn't want reimbursement for meals. I didn't want reimbursement for nothing. Because he was my dad, and I would, if you document that also, family support, and they're providing all of this, it really does paint that picture for us to say, this is what makes us unique and different from the next person. This is what makes the member different from this member to this member. So you're painting that picture of, we have quite a bit of members. Now we have the dummy code to show that there are informal supports that are providing this service to the member. And recently it came up in another meeting, and I said, our case managers document that. They provide a dummy coding. How did you guys do that? I said, because I wanted to know when services are needed for these members. In the event that informal support is no longer there, we can get a caregiver in there, because the services were already assessed. So they can get a case manager, a care worker in there right away and continue that services. Maybe somebody had a mental breakdown, and informal support is a lot of work to provide that informal support to your loved one. So they were just burning out. They couldn't do it one day. You want to make sure that during your assessment, you're looking at the needs of that member, and to document it, that in the event that informal support is not there, you're able to get a caregiver in there right away. And then encourage your member to say, if you ever need it, or if your informal support is not available, let me know so that I can get a caregiver in there right away. And let these agencies know too, which agency do you want to go in. Maybe one day you call the agencies and let them know, I just assessed a member. They're not going to need services all the time, but I may need you. I may need you, just letting you know. And they kind of get the heads up. So you're basically establishing that network to always ensure that there's going to be services available for that member based on the assessment that they provide. Next slide. Okay. We already went through this. projected overdue, identify data errors, the next review date, last review date, I already talked about that. You should cross-reference all the screens. And then, go through the, CA 225 screen, you know, just to kind of see what the caseload weighted value or the weight is for that case manager. They may have 60 cases, 70 cases, right? But you want to know what's going on that month. What's going on, because you can put a time frame in there. How many reviews do they have? Maybe 1 month they have a downtime, and maybe that's when you work with them to do something to maybe improve time management. I don't know. But you're able to see this as supervisors. You're able to see what's on the caseload, the case managers. Next slide. So here's a very good example. As you can see, when we get this report, we are no longer, we're going to kind of go away from doing this. This in-depth research that we do, my team has been spending a lot of time doing this. And then they're telling you, do step 1, do step 2, do step 3, do step 4. Case manager needs to do this. It's not my team's responsibility because they audit these cases. They audit the performance of your leadership. They audit the performance of your case manager. So when we get these reports, can anybody tell me the difference between the black and the red? Those the leaders who get this report, can you tell me what the difference is between the data that is in black and in red? So when you get these, you should be looking at which case manager is it? What member is it? And when is the next review date? What's going on? We have a formula on the back end that we just started using. We have a new process with these reports where we're counting the number of days this number has been overdue. We're doing that on the back end. This is in an Excel format. You can use it however way you want to use it. You can use it to track your comments on it if you want to. You can download it. You can put, you know, as you're doing your one-on-one with your case managers, you can even take this report if it was me. I'm a data-driven person. I will put it into one spreadsheet and list of all my case managers. When I'm doing my evaluation, I can see, oh, within the last quarter, you had so many overdues. And when I was looking at the comments, I didn't see that you was being commenting. It's your way to not micromanage somebody, but to also identify areas that you can help the case manager to perform better than what they're supposed to be doing. And maybe there's challenges and barriers that they're not bringing to your attention where they need your support. And this is where you can utilize the support however way you want to. For us in the IGA, our job is to send you this report. Our job is not to follow up on each of these members. Our job is not to call the member. Our job is not to schedule the review for you. It's your case manager's responsibility. So please take these reports very seriously. In this area here, you can see the member that is showing the second member here is a January 14th. I went ahead and I pulled that report yesterday. CA 165 screen. I said, okay, last review was 1/14/2024. The next review is 4/13/2024. This was a report from yesterday on CA 165. What do you think happened with this case right here? If you were to get this and you got this and you went to that case manager, you looked at this number and this is what you pulled up, what are you going to automatically think? I'm just immediately what are you going to think? What happened with this case? It's key to data entry error. It was a data entry error. I could tell because we're in 2025. There must have been a data entry error. Right away, I'm going to know, wait a minute, that review date, there must have been a typo. So you're going to right away, hey, say, we need to correct the year. Please get it done. So that's how you would use this report, looking at it. Look at CA 165. This report is a projected overdue. We were so fortunate to get this if any of those, the top ones, usually under support, the top ones are in red. Then the bottom ones are in black. That means they're current or the reviews coming up pretty soon. So as a program leader, you're able to see your whole enrollment when the reviews are due. And use that to your advantage, please. And I would definitely also tell you that there are maybe about 3 plans. Don't get this in. Which means they're basically, they get it, but they're not in red. They're current, staying on top of it. So that is your goal. You take this back, make sure you look and help. Sometimes case managers are rushing, trying to get the data entry done. But just make sure you use this to your benefit. It'll really help you to start getting this report and drilling down. It's not much, but it is something. The number is overdue and the number hasn't been seen. And the last time that they were seen was for that one is January 14, 2024. That's how it looks to me. There's no comments. And then I'm going to go back and think, okay, last year, what happened here? So those are some things that you have to really look and pay attention to when you're getting these reports. Not for us to bug you, it's not for us to put you on the spot. It's for you to utilize this. It's a tool to help you. And that's what we created this report for. Next slide. Basically what I said, what you can do, help the case manager review it, help them understand it, help and educate them. They might teach you something. My team members are always teaching me something. I don't know everything. I don't. They're always teaching, or they remind me, no, Rachel, remember you said this. No, Rachel, this. And then we have to go back and I don't get this medicine. I kind of just go with the flow and say, okay, let's do it this way. Here's my idea, we'll use it. So we're kind of always collaborating to come up with different ways. But just making sure that everything is consistent, making sure that they're following policy, educating them during your one-to-one, educate them, letting them know what they need to do and how to manage their time. What can you do to help them manage their time? What is the barrier? What is the challenge? That's what the overview report is supposed to be. Next slide. Questions? Comments?
Just a comment. The other thing I use the overview report for is to keep track of my stats every morning. Because it's a good way of knowing which case manager has what number of clients. And they submit their stats to me. That's what I look at. And it keeps my stats current and it keeps it correct instead of it way off. So that's what I've been using.
That's true. And it's an Excel document too.
Yeah.
So you can work with it as however way you want to.
It's a good report.
Yeah.
Like you said.
And I just say, like Facebook ratio, but like an overview is great. Okay, we'll see. It's everything's like after it's that's why you
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for providing these reports. If we didn't have them, I think we all would be lost trying to create our own rosters and track and all of that stuff. I know I come from the DDD world, the developmental disability world, and we have a very similar tracking process. So, to my managers that are here, definitely this is why I'm pushing, having zero caseload for you guys and you guys actually being managers. So you guys can look at these reports and go to your teams and make sure that, all of the things that Rachel's saying, I echo that to you guys on a weekly basis. So, thank you for the reports. They're super helpful and just keep them coming.
Yeah, it took a long time. And some of you remember they used to be stacks that you would get stacks and
Yes. Yeah.
And I'm sitting there thinking, I'm from a different world when I came to long-term care. I'm more data driven, like Excel savvy, and I'm like, can we just create this for us? This doesn't make sense. And it took a while. And then everyone's telling you, no, it can't happen. No, it's not possible. We made it happen. And these reports are very, I would say, maybe 2 days behind. But by the time you get it, sometimes your case manager has caught it, fixed it, right? And that's a good thing. So we used to put all these comments on there, and then Marie said, that's too much information. And I was like, okay, you want to take responsibility, you can do it. So now we're really going to be hands off because we're going to be auditing your performance. So we really need to take these reports, look at it. If there's an error, data entry error, a key error, a system error, we're not perfect, like I said. And instead of hearing, oh, Access doesn't keep their system updated, Access is like this. No, let us know what the issue is so that we can do what we can to fix it. By the way, it's not 10 months later, not 7 months later, like CES. And then please keep us updated on any issues. If there's something that's an error on the report, let us know right away so that we can address that. But we can also see when changes were made too. So you can't, when you're looking at this report and all of a sudden it's up to date, the case manager can say, oh, that wasn't right. I had it in there on that day. That's not correct. We can actually run a daily report on these things to let us know exactly when that change was made, on what day that change was made. So we have a background system that's able to capture that information. So if they are going to be late, it's okay if they're going to be late. We're not saying they never be late. There's some circumstances where members in the hospital, they can't do a review, or maybe the member is visiting family and they can't do a review, right? So that is when that you can also make that exception. But comments are really important where they're at on the overview. If they're going to be late, have them put a comment in there, why them late. But remember, the lateness is not really, I'm late because I see some notes like that. I'm late because I have a big high caseload. That's not, you're not inviting my IGA. That's something you need to talk to your leadership about. And that's something that you really have to be careful saying. Because when your leadership has signed this IGA, they said they will want to ensure that they have staff that is able to perform what's required in standards. So already right there, your case manager is putting you on blast, saying that we're unable to perform. Careful when those statements that you're putting in, remember specific, not case management specific.
Lakeisha, I had a question. Go ahead, Lakeisha.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I have a quick question. Going back to the slide about where visits need to be conducted, one area said at minimum, a visit should be conducted in a place of service for the member. And my question is, can the member opt to not have the visit in their place of service and just have all 4 visits in home, and we just document the preference on the person-centered service plan?
I was wondering who was going to catch that. The member can have 2 assessments done in the home. If they're getting adult day health, they can choose to get 1. They have to, like the member in the home has 4 reviews per year, right? They can choose to have 2 in the home. If they are having like an adult day health, they can say, I want to have my review done over there, as long as they have eyes on the member, right? And then one of them can also be telephonic. It doesn't have to be, I believe it was telephonic was the last one. They don't have to, so you can have, going back to that slide, there are options. You don't have to, you just have to make sure that you have eyes on the member. You have to make sure that you have that communication with the member. If you go back to that slide, Tiana. Go back again. Location, go back.
No, so next year.
House Nixon.
Right there. No.
And it's
Where's that?
right there. That's what's in policy. That's not something I made up. This is exactly what's in policy. But you have to have that communication with your member. Yeah, only one can be in an alternative location. Because they're in a home. Now, if they're getting, adult day health or whatever, they can have one of those. But they can have all three in the home or all four in the home. But they can choose to have one outside of the home if they want to, but that's that discussion that you have to have with the member, not because I was unable to drive 20 miles or 50 miles to go see my member, so I asked them to come into the office and do the review. No, it's not based on what his needs are, it's on what the response is. Does that answer your question?
Thank you, it did.
No service line report. Another one here. How does this report help the tribal TALTCS program remain in compliance? And does everyone know how to use this report? And what should supposed to be what should we be looking for on this report? I go to the next slide. These are areas that you need to be looking at when you get this as a leader. But this one is very, 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 very concerning to me because this member, the last time this member got service was 107 days ago. 45 days ago. This one is also concerning to me because this member received services in the home. What if this member doesn't have informal support? And we're now telling, according to Vandana's presentation, if you've heard her, we are telling providers, do not authorize services. Do not render services if they're not authorized. Because they're running into the risk of not getting paid. In some cases, they didn't get paid. So we really need to be mindful that if they're S5125, they're in the home, what kind of support do they have? And why is it that this member is not getting these services? So this report really does tell you. And sometimes the member was moved to a SNF, and I think that was the case here. The member was moved to a SNF in the middle of the services, and that's why they were still trying to get a specialty rate for that member, which all of a sudden was kind of, I was questioning that too, from a lower level of care at home, and all of a sudden they're getting specialty rate. What happened? What's going on with that member? Unless that member got a stroke or something serious happened to the member, they would automatically go to a 0194. You should follow that member at each level of the care as they're getting. But I don't know what happened in that case because there was no comments in the comments rate. So we'll look at this one here, 0194. Last services one was 107 days ago. Yeah, right now. The place. So that one that we were looking at, here it is. I looked at it. This is what you should do when you get this report. Go to CA 165. Is it really true? Is this report really true? No. It was. The report said the last time they got services was 9:30. That report said the last date of service was 9:30, which is true. And the member was in a SNF. And I ran the report yesterday.
So why was it saying that they weren't getting services for it?
Because they haven't. The last time the services were authorized was 9:30. They may be in the SNF, but the SNF hasn't been authorized since 9:30. According to the report, it says the last service on the service plan is 9:30. And when I looked at that report and I ran this yesterday, it's still 9:30.
Okay, so they're several months behind.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're really behind. And
So
right
they're
now,
missing October, November, and December, and
correct. Exactly. Next slide,
Yeah.
yeah. So supervisors should provide technical support if they see this. And why there are no comments in the comments. If there are no comments in the comments. But if there's comments, okay, you know what's going on with this case here. And if there's comments that is concerning, you should also follow up on that too. In this particular case, it is concerning to me because they were at the SNF. I guess a packet came in. It wasn't approved by the team because it was 0194. there needed more additional information. That was 12/30/24. On 11/17, the case manager provided a response and said, facility is not responding to requests for documentation, leaving messages. Now we're on to the 22nd. So when you got this report, the case manager could have seen this and said, which facility is it? Case manager, I need to make my out. How come they're not getting these documentations over to you? I need to follow up with that provider and find out what's going on. Because we're required to ensure that we're authorizing these services. You have to remember, this number hasn't been authorized since the last day of September 30th. And this is really happening. When you see a member on your report, you really do need to look at all of these screens and find out what is going on. And if the case manager, I would expect that the supervisor will make a comment down here and say, did an outreach to the facility to find out how come they're not providing this documentation. I spoke to someone, so they will be sending it on such and such day or something. Either here, they could say they reached out, but in the case notes, you could elaborate even more on it. So that way, it protects you of being in compliance. You're doing the best that you can. So then the supervisor tries and says, you know what? They're not listening to me. You escalated over to us in a case just recently. I reached out to the provider and I said, because I see notes like this. And these notes were going back to, I believe, October or November. And I said, why haven't we jumped in? And because the case manager is reaching out, they're saying, I'm trying to get documentation, but the provider's not responding to me. What have we done to help support? What has Access done to support that case manager? So I scheduled a phone conference with 2 providers. And I told them I even sent an email to them. And I believe I CC'd the supervisor and the case manager on this. Quoted the policy, told them what was required of them as a provider, and that they need to help and work with the case manager to make sure that they're submitting the documentation needed to authorize those services. So you can do that at your level. You just got to know how to pull things from the policy and make these providers accountable for what they're supposed to be doing. They're responsible. They're rendering these services to the member. And again, when your case managers are doing their review, ask them to get the copies when they're there. That's why they're not wasting time. If they see anything on the medical documentation that they're reviewing, they should ask the questions right then and there. Why? What's going on here? How can I be here to service and help support the member? Next slide.
So I think one question of really trying to find it. I would say basically reasoning, so there's so but then let's just see it on the rate. They even why we guys access. So I don't know how to answer that. First of all, the unsealed land, the surveys, they follow the same policy. They're supposed to follow the same policy. So if the provider is telling you that, you need to report that concern to us, telling us about, well, if it has to do with the rates, you tell them they need to pay with the rates in the access. That's something that they have to talk to the rates team. That's not something you can do or I can answer. Because what the rates team does is they annually they review all services that were rendered under those specific codes. And then they do an average across the board. So they may pay a little bit more, but I wouldn't say like hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars more. It may be a little bit more because they do an average. And we only know that because the NCO claims, they go through another division as an encounter. And that encounter is everything that they bill for from the MCO, they send it over to Access. So our rates team has privy to that information, how much the MCOs are paying. So they'll do an average every year to say, okay, this health plan pays this health plan pays this, and then each service pays.
Where now I'm gonna do an average between all of these health plans and come up with an average amount for each of those specialty rates. That is how they come up with it. So this is, and so I'm not too familiar. What is so what is the exciting? So we can specialty needs to, but the average. Yeah, I'm ready. I'll be very good. Well, so what's the? Yeah, that's stuff. You shouldn't have to do that. If that ever becomes an issue when it comes to rates, the provider needs to contact the rates team. And then you can also send an email to us and let us know, hey, this provider said this, and then they are telling me they're getting saved this much from the MCOs, right? And we've had to do that a couple of times where we then send it over to the rates team and say, this provider is saying that they get paid this amount from the MCO. And they say, no, this is the data. This is how much they reimburse. That's not true. They just want a higher rate. As they're trying to push you to get a higher rate. Yes, where that's where you really have to be cost effective. And I don't like a gatekeeper has so much responsibility, and then you start carrying the whole load is like you have to explain for everything. I mean, that's the thing. You know, and yeah, I'm still so what's the rate? Yeah, it's where I'm from, I'm a little bit every so it's easy to make. Then you have to take into consideration the that too. Which helps the mind something in that. I'm gonna get something on. Yeah, that's why you shouldn't be doing it. It should never be doing that. If a provider has an issue with the rate, so you can contact the using. If they're still continuing to harass you about the rate, you need to just say, well, you know what, I have access and access. I will make my contact there, and I'll have somebody contact you. And I know anything about the rates, I'm associated with it, I'm the and then just let us know, and then just walk away and just take your contact information, let us know, we can help you. We try to kind of de-escalate the situations. What is you supposed to say like this? Yes. Yes, so in the next I've had this. Well, there's supposed to be lines, and those are some of the ones that you can report to us also. So that way I can say, hey, plus, you're not doing this in the MCO world. But why are you telling us to do this? And to be honest with you, all our tribal tech stories were audited in way much higher than the MCOs. So you're doing your job. You're asking these questions. You're pushing back. And because that shows that we care about our members too. And we're asking what is the issue. So our scoring is really, really good across the board all the time. So be proud of yourself for pushing back because these are our local members. So we need to make sure that services are being provided and they're not being abused, they're not being taken advantage of, and they're not. They always say our members are not walking dollar signs. And you know, they need to be treated fairly. So this is the area that you will again make sure that you're looking for deficiency. Again, on this one here, the last review date was 11/26. The next review date is 5/25/04. And then comments on the comment screen, this member was admitted to SNF on 12/3/24. So right away, I already know. If you reviewed this on 11/26/24, and your next review date is 5/25/24, why would the member show up on the report? I would be asking the case manager this. Your next review date's not till 5/25/25. Are you waiting for a specialty rate? What's going on here? Why did you, this was a case that we went from a lower level of care all the way to specialty rate. What happened? There's no admission to the hospital to show me that there was a decline in the member's status or something happened to the member, that all of a sudden they went from a way lower level of care to a high specialty rate. Maybe they went to those practice of care. Exactly. It doesn't happen. They do, and I've already sent that over to, I'm actually asking the AIHP team this. Like, Vanessa's the one who's seeing this. And she's like, Rachel, I'm noticing this, that every time a member goes from, they were AIHP, right? They were 019, 1, 2, and 3. Then all of a sudden they qualify for all TALTCS. And then now Winslow Campus of Care is asking for 0194. All of a sudden, how did that level of care change so fast in 2 days? It doesn't make sense. That's where your case manager should be asking questions. What happened to this case? What level was this member prior to the facility asking for a higher level of care?
So we had some family members, they would be carried out. So there's a particular family members, we also, not just us, but we also can give it ask them, why did you put them in a region authorized care? You guys put them into this status because we know that this individual is up there. So they started questioning and we started questioning. And I think Rhonda is the one that had a big old falling out with Winslow Campus care. They really don't care much for the case managers over at Delcom because we're start to question them about why they're going into specialty rates.
Exactly.
When our assessments don't qualify them for that.
Yeah, that's where you're the advocate of the member.
Yeah.
You have to say something on behalf of that member because, like I said, if Vanessa didn't catch it, and then she has privy to AIHP information too, so she can see, wait a minute, level of care was different than this one here. What's going on? So she's really looking into the detailed medical documentation. Ask for what was happening before, then move from AIHP to tribal TALTCS. What changed? What made them qualify? What is it that was different? Because AIHP can authorize the specialty rates too. So why all of a sudden they're now 0194? That's what you should be allocating. We did have a meeting with Winslow Campus of Care, and I think we're going to continue having these meetings with Winslow Campus of Care because these two are really good at spotting things out in the medical documentation. And I said, if you guys can catch it, why isn't the case manager catching it? That's where the question should be. Why isn't supervisor catching it? Why isn't there collaboration and communication between the case manager and the supervisor to discuss? I don't like what's going on at Winslow Campus of Care. And the greatest advocacy is the tribe, your leadership. They can come in there and start asking these questions because these are our members. We're trusting them with you to provide us service. Why is this happening? They can justify to us, this is all the medical documentation, this is what's happening, but we're not there. We just go off the documentation. So please, when you're doing these assessments, to me, that was a big concern. All of a sudden, lower level of care to 0194, there was no hospital admission. Now, if there was a hospital admission, I would kind of think, okay, maybe the member broke their hip, or maybe they hit their head, something like maybe more one-to-one assistance. I would see the hospital admission, and then I would see 0194.
So we do have a member that went from having to also campus there. And this individual is, has dementia. And, that's how they admitted her, the doctor, for the doctor's request and the family's request. And there's documentation that's the whole reason
Yeah.
why.
That's where we look at, when we're looking at these 0194, I usually look at the diagnosis. Then I go to the comment screens to see what's going on with that number. If I'm lucky, I'll have a really good case manager that has documented what has been happening with that number. And that they were involved in that transition from home to SNF. They were involved in that service time because they should be involved in that service time. I would see the comments there. I won't see it here, but then I'll say, oh, okay, this is diagnosis. Oh, this is the reason why it went here to here, you know, and I would see that. And that would kind of help me. That's what we call paint the picture. It helps us paint the picture of this is an appropriate transition, you know, but many cases it's not. It's not. I mean, I don't know if you're talking to your leadership about what's going on with these providers. And you can advocate for these providers at your level too. I would do more if I was at the tribal level. You know, I would probably be stepping on a lot of toes and be told, I don't want that person to come, but you have every right. You are the health plan. You are part of authorizing services like obtaining those documentation. So make sure that when you're getting these no service sign report, as I said, the date on that is 1/22/25. And this number has not had services since January 1st. That's why they're on this report. I mean, I should say December 31st is the last day. That's why they're on no service sign report. If you know what's going on, just put in the comments why, what's going on, and what are you doing to help the case manager.
Shalene,
Oh, Shalene, I'm sorry.
Record. I thought in. And his family. Yeah, it was really fun. So we're doing that every day is clients. And it was just like, oh, you don't know about it. No, this is the same thing. And so it's a we could begin. Same thing. You would just try to be more, but we're getting this one here. That's it. You need to start to move. When you feel the same. I saw her, she was, you could have even been doing the knowledge. And here's something out of her. This is my name, thank you. Everything, that's it. And so not too much after that. And that was really bugging me. So I didn't want him to move to my memories, but I don't want. Because it's that long when it goes, I hear it saying. Me, this is the same why. And so, but okay, a lot of people. So I did, and then saw find it ever since and and then after the so on. You know, I'm yes, and I'm sitting on the option. And it's only a minute on the yeah, and so that library is my and that's where you know so they're really hard. So a lot of not explaining what it is. We have the same issues as in shooting a number of much. So, yeah, that's where you know your numbers, and that's where you really have to work with your supervisor and work on, you know, what is the plan and what is going on next, because some of the case managers like yourself have been with the number for a long time. So you know what's been going on with this number, you know the story, the history, you know, if they were upbeat one day and then all of a sudden you go there and they're just there, they're not answering the questions or they're not the same person. That's automatic concern. You're going to look through the medical documentation, medication change. You know, what happened? Were there recent falls? You know, is the number wandering now? So you'll look through those medical documentation to kind of really see. And that's why I'm really opposed to that 6-month visit to SNFs. To me personally, I wouldn't. They may have family support, but having to see them every 6 months is like, you're such a long gap in between that you don't see that number. You don't know what's going on. So if you know that it requires, as you've seen in policy, they require frequent visits, do that. You know, if you're seeing other members, go in there and check on those, you know, so that they know that, hey, we're starting to have case managers come in and check on each other's members and ask these questions, because they love to see, you know, people that feel like them or that speak the same language, you know, and say hi to them or just acknowledge their presence, that they're there. You know, whether they're dementia or have other diagnoses that are very chronic, they like to see that. They like to hear that. I recently went to PO to the living facility. Thanks to Joni, she made a way for us, and we went in there and I talked to a couple of the members. And one of the members was talking about thrift store. I wish they could take us to thrift stores in the home. And, you know, she started telling a story about thrift store, what her goal was like when she went to the thrift store, and really remind me of my dad, and really remind me of, oh my God, I'm starting to go to the thrift store like my dad, you know, and, you know, those kind of things that we were having that communication. I thought it was really good to hear that, just to hear their concerns. And that was a provider audit that we had to do. And those were some of the concerns that I brought up, was that, you know, when members are placed in these type of facilities, they really, especially in an out, what are they doing to help that member integrate into the team? They're not just there and you're there and this, you don't go nowhere, you don't do anything, you don't forget visitor. One member said she hadn't had visitors in almost 2 years. So it's too far for them down to travel. And that's another way of members declining also. So unfortunately, in certain places, there's only the nearest facility is, you know, they don't provide the care that we want to. But I think if we all really started
going there, checking on our members, watching them and making sure, not going there and cause a scene and say, hey, I'm here to tell you what to do. No, really going there to be more member centric and hear them out. I think it's really going to make some changes because there's been that long behavior of, you know, some people are just used to not being dropped off at the boarding school and driving away. They don't see their parents for months. Sometimes they don't even see their parents for a whole year. You know, they don't want that. That historical trauma is there, you know, and that's where we really can be really culturally sensitive and really let these providers know that I'm here to allocate for this help. They know they don't have family members visiting them. Sometimes it's only you that's visiting them. So the more people go in there and try to, just try to, let them know that you know they're there. And you're concerned about. If you're checking on another member at that facility, you check on other members. Just to do a wellness check, you know, and have that little conversation and then move on so they can be acknowledged. So
Before EDV, we were able to adjust the head and bed scenario. So how do we do, say, like services done in the morning, then the individual just ends up in the hospital and gets placed in the nursing home that day? How the services get to behave for that day for HCF.
So they went.
The head and bed.
Yeah, head in bed is a big, that's kind of tricky, for head in bed. You really have to know the diagnosis unless it was like an issue where the member tripped and fell. And now they went straight to the emergency room, and from the emergency room, I think they're gonna keep them a couple of days for observation too. So they don't just go from, it's very rare for them to go from a home to the hospital in that same day with just sniff. It's really rare. They're like, oh yeah, they're regions and wait, these and so you let the family know and they're like, oh yeah, you know, I'm gonna do this. Right. That's where some of these. It's kind of once in a and that's where we're overlap. So, what I think they would do is for every service, you know, uh-oh. I did not hear that. You're not supposed to be doing that. You're not. Because if the facility is telling you that it's, you know, when the bed is available, right? You went there and they told you, we don't have an opening today, but it could be any day that there'll be bed available. At that point, you should be having a conversation with the case manager, the member, the provider, the healthcare decision maker, and say, that day that they call me, just letting you know that you might not get paid for. Because SNF is more than a day of attended care services. And SNF is going to bill for head and bed, right? So at that point, you also need to be advocating for the member to say, we can't do it today. It needs to be coordinated and it needs to be planned appropriately. According to access policy, you cannot just accept a number like that because of the fact that the coordination needs to happen, and I cannot appropriately assess and coordinate this service without me being involved and get the family member ready. But in the meantime, I can have a conversation with the member and the family and say, Winslow Campus of Care is going to give me, or Chinley Nursing Home is going to give me a 24-hour notice. And that's what you should be talking to these providers about. You've got to give me a 24-hour notice because I've got to plan this. in order to ensure that that member is going to be transitioned smoothly from one level of care to another, one setting to another setting. You can't just tell them today. And then you also have to educate the family. So when Windsor Council Care notifies me, they will give me a 24-hour notice or 48-hour notice, whatever your agreement is. We're going to then transition that member. Because you cannot get both services in one day. Somebody's going to have to provide income that support. Somebody, that's when the family jumps in. The family's supposed to be there.
But mostly, I mean, then they think hospital. Then they start the process. I think they make it. Smith. That's what I've been calling. Having an OCS doctor to get that process started. It's a 1 day or 2 day observation. Then we'll look into this.
Yeah. That's how it's supposed to happen. And then the system, CA 165 is going to show that. Pending care services, hospital days, and then the SNF. So in that hospital day, there's going to be, I received notification that my number was in the hospital. And then the case manager does their stuff. Okay, that's the protocol of care. Okay, the hospital saying they're recommending this facility. And then you're going to help coordinate that service for transition to that facility. So the case managers should always be involved from one setting to another setting. It doesn't happen just like that. If it's happening like that, that's telling me that the member is not being educated, the healthcare decision maker is not educated, the provider's not given that education to give me that advance notice. Education is not happening all the way around, that everybody just wants to shuffle this member from one location to another location. They have to have a say in the care that they're getting. So I hope that helps. I know we're really, really behind. I was trying to make this really quick, but I think I have one more. Okay, CES. Okay, so we were just talking about this, about the rates. Who determines the rate? How is that rate determined? In our policy, it states that the contractor, which we are helping you all don't set the rates for these specialized services. We don't do that either, but we have a rates team that does that. They look at the average and you find out what the average rate is across the board for all kinds of skills. So we provide that to you every year, whether it's October change or in January on the rates. But my team will not have that information until the rates team has made their determination. They've calculated everything, they made a determination of what the rate is going to be. So we sometimes have to wait on the rates to make those changes. So that's our responsibility. And then the annual reassessment and adjustment of these costs are based on the changes across the board for all the other providers and the specialized services. They're provided annually by Access. And then annually in January, yes, of course, rates are going to increase. The share of costs increases. Most of the time, the P&A is updated. All those 3 factors right there. As of January 1st, when we go out to audit, January 1st of 2025, regardless if they require a CES packet, over cost percentage, whatever, your case manager has to have the list as in the system with those new rates. If they require a CES packet at that point, whether they did an assessment in December 15th, that was for the old rate. Now it's going to be January, new rate. All of these factors go into play. They should be setting up a new CES at that point. It's always supposed to be happening every year at that point. And we're currently doing a new process that Amber is working on, and she'll probably elaborate more in that when she does her presentation as far as the CES is concerned. We're trying to make it a lot easier for all of you. Make it easier instead of being at different time frames and thinking, what are we doing with CES? It was due last year, early this month, and now I'm doing another one. And all of those things are questions that you all have. And we encourage you, so we're kind of coming up in the process. Next slide. These are some of the things that we've already went over during the CES training, the cost-effective study training. These were areas that were considered that required a specialty rate. Always look at the level of care for each member. Not every member is the same. they're not. Everyone's different. Everyone has different needs and different levels of care. Please pay attention to that when you're, as a leader, is reviewing, and you should be asking these questions based on the type of care that the members have received. So, and then, of course, all services have to be cost effective. You have to really look at based on the member's level of care. And then if they're going over 100%, what do you do? Some members have been on the report over 100% for more than 6 months. So that's where we're going to get in a little bit into that. But we have to always be cost effective, and if it's over 100%, it's not cost effective. They could get the same, maybe get 24-hour services at a skilled nursing facility, then their HCBS going over 100%. It has to be really extreme to be going over 100%. But with all those changes that we made to that previous slide that I said, all these specialized services, if you use that new process, you will see, and I believe one of the programs, or 2 programs, one program, like they were way up here with their CESs. And when we introduced the new processes, I believe there was only 1 member on the CES. So that shows me that that program took what we taught them about CES back, really assess the member to say, okay, this is the diagnosis, and this is what I'm working with, this is the assessment. And now I only, instead of submitting 20 packets, I now only have to submit 1. And as a leader, you should be reviewing these and reviewing the quarterly audits to make sure that it's cost effective, making sure that, members are not exceeding 100%, making sure they follow that process if it is. And then also making sure that when they're looking at this member, it's the region restrictive setting. Like Shalina had mentioned, seeing the member like this, that we're getting this care, she noticed something. A SNF is like the most restrictive setting that they can get, and they really can't seem to just leave whenever they feel like in and out as they can in and out. So always think of making sure that it's the least restrictive setting for the member. If it's medically necessary and appropriate for them to be there, and that provider is providing quality care, and they're confident that the member needs to be there, always be part of the planning to see where the member is at. If they've met that goal to transition to a lower level of care, encourage them. If some family member came out of the blue and said, you know what, I came home, I used to live far away, I came home, I want my member to come home. Be part of that coordination, educate them so that they member can go home. If that's the case, letting them know what's going on. And then making sure that all the members' needs are being met in the HCBS setting. Or in the setting. Well, this board is basically talking about HCBS setting and the percentage for the CBS inside. So the same thing with CES for travel TALTCS members. Who does it apply to? And if it ever at any time that the member goes over 80%, is the CES needs to be submitted to access. We all know that, right? We all know that. It's over 81% or more. We have to submit it to access for an approval. Make sure that access is then. We now have third eye looking at it and saying, okay, they checked all this, everything looks good, okay, they're trying this, they're doing these interventions, they're doing this, and they're really kind of helping to assist. And I have a really good person, Amber, who can really look at the whole detail and ask all these questions. And I say, supervisors ask these questions, So you got to get into that mindset as a leader of how you support your case manager side. Same thing I just went over a while ago. And these reports go out every week. So look at your CES report. And you know that there's a packet already submitted. They have been approved. You have a letter in there. And it's documented maybe on the CA 165 screen to help you, because some of you supervisors are not in the same office as your case managers, right? If they received an approval, if it's in the comment screen that they received an approval, you don't have to do nothing. There's already an approval there. There's a comment, a date span, and one how the date span is for that approval from the specialty rate is in there. It's just to let you know that this member has a CES over 80%. That CES report is just letting you know which case managers have a members on their caseload that are over 81% or more. So equals to 81% or more, then you'll kind of see, are they being cost effective? Did they look at all the other resources in the community? Are there any other services that they can integrate for the member while they're getting services in the home? And did they assess the member appropriately? Does the member require specialized services? Did they use the right rate for those specialized services? You know, taking all that into consideration, all that training you all had on CES, that's where this really does fall into play, that it should really reduce your CES percentages. Because we know very well, I don't know what mental cancer care rate is, but the specialty rates are very, very high compared to what a member is getting on the S5125 at home. So we're being cost effective for the member to remain in the home versus them having to go to the SNF. You know, next slide. And this is just your share of costs. That's been a question, that's been a concern. If you know that your member had a share of costs, please take this one back here. If you knew your member had a share of costs all of these years and all of a sudden they don't have a share of costs, you need to question that. You need to ask access. What's going on with this? This member had a share of costs and they no longer have share of costs. We went through that last year, every single program, no one reported it. And there was hardly anybody on the CES report because no one was showing their share of costs was not even showing up until July. Amber said, hey, something's going on. Share of costs is not being calculated. I think that's what it is. And with her connect, she was able to find out that our system was not generating a share of costs. And that's why no one was going over 80%. Hardly anyone was going over it. Probably only the ones that were over 100 were going up on the 80%, but others were just falling off of the CES report. So remind your case manager to make sure and monitor that the share of costs. The share of costs is missing. They need to speak up and say something so we can work with our eligibility team and find out how come that number share of costs is not showing up on the system. So they do updates and stuff, and sometimes they miss it. And I believe that's what happened last year was they did some updates to the system and it just totally they did not even update the share costs for any of our long-term care members. So we have to start all over again. And now we're letting you know, please make sure that your case manager are checking the share of costs to make sure that there is one on there. If it's not showing up on the CA-160 screen and they had it before, they need to be questioned and find out what's going on. Oh, there's a difference between share of costs and room and boards. When they're in an L, they're room and board. Yeah. When they're in an assistant living, when they're in a SNF or in an institutional setting, they have a share of costs. And that one is determined by the MPS, right? Is determined by eligibility. And it all is determined based on their financial responsibilities, their income, their financial responsibility. And then also, I believe it also depends on their dependents at home too. They take all of those into factor. And that's how they will determine the member share of costs is going to be. In an assisted living facility, if it should all be factored based on their personal income and then their P&A. That's really the only thing that goes into factors in P&A, the personal needs allowed. As far as the way the policies are written, when a member is going into an health, there is no other information for production comes to the room of work. They basically go off the member's income. As far as I know, right? Yeah, I know with the sheriff costs, it's a little bit different because they do all the front, upfront, calculations. That's how they determine it. When I was working at the state hospital, it was a little bit different. What you're describing, we have to figure out, if they have family at home that they were still providing, say if they, well, because they were in the state hospital, eventually they were going to be discharged home, right? They still have to have the lights on, they still have to have their rent paid, or they still have to pay their utilities, or whatever the case may be. We used to take that into consideration. So that way they can continue to maintain the home while they were getting the services and treatment that they need. For an ELF, it's a little bit different, right? It's like a home. You know, they're there, it's their home, their room and board is basically providing their costs to help to minimize the amount of because we don't pay room and board. AMSIS does not pay room and board. Next slide. So this is kind of just an internal, the CES internal and external process when we're doing the calculation. HEMOMIS does this all for you. So it does all the calculations for you. When the cost exceeds 80% of the cost of the institution of care, what do? Same thing if it's over 100, what do? And these two scenarios that are in the policy, these are how some of the rates are determined. Like I said, HEMOMIS C160 does all of this. The amounts may be old and outdated, but it may be a little bit different now. But it all depends on what nursing facility and what the share of cost is, what the member's income is, and all that other calculations done on the back end. And then you compare it to what services members receive in the home. So your CA160 does all of this calculation for you to help you determine. If you really want to take the time to create an Excel spreadsheet and help you calculate this, I did that because I wanted to know. I want to know how these calculations are being made. I was able to figure it out. And I said, if I was the supervisor, I would create something like this. And I would say, okay, if I took this away and take that away and tell them informal support, maybe it'll get the percentage down. And I can play around with it in this Excel spreadsheet and then determine it. So I would know exactly what's put in the system to make sure that I'm being cost effective. But now what do? You go in there and update it and it's way over. And now you have to have this conversation with the number. Then you go back in there, you might delete that. That's what you shouldn't do. Because once it's there, it's supposed to be there. Then you go back in and change it and then add a new one. And then you continue to do that. But that's really up to each program. It's really up to you to know how you're going to assess based on the member's needs. And then you should not be authorizing over 100% for more than 6 months unless you anticipate that there is going to be a change. If you see a member's on the CES report at over 100%, you as a leader should be asking, have you had a conversation with the member that it cannot exceed 6 months? And what is the reason why it's over 100%? Maybe the member has one of those special diagnoses that we all train you on. And you need to consider that. And use that calculation, that dollar amount, as the nursing cost. If the member were to go to a nursing home, the majority of you got that CES training. If there's a specialized need that member has, that would say if they were to go to a nursing home, we should be using that cost at the top. When it's over 100%, please. So those ones that you know who you are, when you get these reports that are over 100%, you really need to have that conversation with your case manager, and that they need to find out, is it the right rate that they're putting in for the nursing home based on the level of care that the member would need if they were to go to SNF, and then use the right amount on there to help you. And I guarantee you, if you look at those ones that are 100% and help to look at that case, look at each of the documentation, and see what, if they were to go to a nursing home, this is what the nursing home would charge. They wouldn't ask for, oh, you have to spend and give me $2 a month or $100 a day. They're not going to do that. They're going to say, oh, it's a specialty rate. Member has this diagnosis. We're going to make sure that you pay us this much. They're going to say that. So look at the member's case really well. So that way, you know, your case manager is putting in the correct total nursing home costs. And that. So now we're down to the nitty gritty here. This is the CES report here. We're going to follow this number really quick here. What should a supervisor do when they receive this report? We already talked about it. Look at the screen. What screen should the provider review after receiving the CES report? We've already talked about the CES screens, the CMS screen, the CMS 65 screen, making sure that everything is set up appropriately. Making sure the CES packets has been submitted by the case manager and approved by Access BFSM. Make sure you have an approval for that CES packet, for that CMS percentage in your file, or make sure that your case manager submitted that CES packet. So if you're getting members on this report, you don't have to comment, you don't have to send it back, you don't have to send us an email and say all of this other stuff. We just need you to update CES on the screen. Go to the next slide. This case here, this is a perfect scenario. Only one issue with this though. CES, you see the review date is 2/19/25, right? I would have, because the next review is on 2/19/25, this case manager said, I reviewed the member, and on this day, I am going to visit the member on 2/19/25. At least up to that day, for the 3 months that I've assessed for, I'm approving this service. So where's the month of February? They didn't approve it. They did the case and they reviewed it up to the next review date, but the month of February is not showing up yet. Why did they cut it short? I don't know. And then you see the CES screen right there for this same member. They're saying as of this day, first member was, they were getting informal support probably. It's a brand new member. This is a really good job. Member enrolled on 11/16. They must have called the member right away and said, oh, okay, who's providing support for you? Put in a dummy code, put S5125. Then it went on, when they reviewed the member, they put in this date, but the dates don't match. The begin date of this cost for services, the begin date of this CVS services, they put 11/21/24, but CVS is dated 11/22. So they just need to fix that date right there. So this has to match that. Okay, next slide. Same member is what I love about this. Tells me they met with the member, completed the initial review. Based on the other screen we seen was 11/21/24. Great, it's kind of letting me know about the daily roster, made contacts, and I deleted all of the previous information related to the previous contact. All the contacts that they made. Met with the member, put the date there when they met with the member. They went in there and said, this is what I love. This is telling me this person really paid attention within the CES training. Because what they did was CM sent CES cost HCBS home setting checklist document to acting supervisor. They completed the CES packet. You know, we worked really hard to create that CES packet checklist, right? They use that, follow to the team, and send it over to their supervisor to review. and say, is this appropriate? Is this good? To make sure that they included it, right? Because that plays a big role in all of this. You supervisors receive that CES training so they can review a CES packet and say, this is appropriate. The level of care is appropriate. It's cost effective. Okay, go ahead and send it to Access. Good to go. Next slide. But then all of a sudden, I see another CES again, 12/30/24. Then I said, why did they add another CES pack, another CES screen? Why did they set that up? I don't know, but I'm definitely going to reach out to this case manager and ask that question. Because then I said, wait a minute. That's the rate change, January 1st. Why didn't they date it January 1st? Because this cost wasn't in effect on 12/30. It didn't start till January 1st. So that needs to be corrected. Yeah, there were no services for January 31st, 2025. CS packet was submitted on the 14th. So there was notes showing little minor mistakes, minor issues. It still passed. But we just need to make sure that January 1st, there should all be a new CES in the system for every member, because the rate change, the shared cost change, the P&A change. All those three factors went into place, and every member should have a new CES January 1st, 2025. Next screen. Here's the policy. Enjoy it, learn it, have fun with it. So hopefully now you will look at those reports in a different way. If you get lost, go back to this presentation and it'll help. So I'm really, really hoping that everyone scores above 95. I'm really hoping. And then those of you who have multiple office, we're drilling it down to the offices. So please, this is your program. Please make sure and take these trainings. And these are not just something I knew that these are real live streets of what's happening. So please make sure and follow this process when you get these reports so that you all, and then you can know more too. Your case manager should be coming to Access for all the answers. This is all the policy. Everything I put in here is from policy. And so easy to learn, just keep. And unfortunately, some supervisors have caseloads. And that's why I always advocate and say your supervisor should not carry a caseload. It takes my team, a team of one now, almost 5 full days to do all of what I just showed you on every single member that shows up on the not just what's on your one case manager's caseload, but every member who shows up on this report, they go through it and check all of this. And I said, we're auditing our own work when we're telling them what to do and how to fix it. We can no longer do that. They need to figure it out. They need to use the resources. They need to use the stream. And I'm not just saying this is the last step, you're on your own, forget it, figure it out. If you need individual training for a team, you need to let us know so that we can make the time. And then I just mentioned, it has to be on the letter, the request has to be in the letterhead format. Let us know what you need training on. And then we can actually make some coordination, because just like all of you have to have an agenda to trial it, right? We need some sort of notification on what you need training on so that we can coordinate that on our end to go out there and do training. If this is just way above your head and you feel like I need to go to the architecture, we're here to provide that, because from now on, you won't see all of these comments. You should be updating every comment screens. You should be telling your case manager, Access is not at your member's home. They don't travel to your member's home. They don't do the assessment. You need to tell Access what's going on. If it's in the system saying I'm overdue because I'm trying to get contact with the member, it has to be documented. So at least they're trying. Services are not being coordinated for whatever reason. held that case manager to be compliance. I think we're gonna have to do your presentation after lunch.
We don't. It was go back. We have to double this meeting real quick. Right there. I'm kind of looking at this, CA 160, that first month. Was the new enrollment, did we think like part of the month, should we project the whole month? The units midpoint?
That's what I was thinking at first, right? But they put exactly what the cost was going to be for those 3 months. That's what they did. You can choose to do it. Like I know Navajo Nation, I remember Frida saying, I'm gonna have them update the CES every time they do a review, right? It's really a discretion, but to me, it's okay because I was like, okay, how does this line up? Okay, the brand new member, he put 320 because that was the actual cost. And then he put another one, the same amount so I knew this was for November, first month. Second one was for December. And then the last one was for January, the units, right? And then I thought, oh, maybe that's the reason why, because the rates changed. That's why he created the other line again. So I'm still researching. Maybe you all know, like I said, I don't know everything.
Part of that, the same way we didn't know January. But this would be
January would be like, say, January 21st. January 21st. That's when see that.
for a whole year, it's not going to get a true CES for the year. You know what I mean?
That's true. That's true if you were doing it, annual, right? You can choose to do that if you want to, but the way the case manager did this, I like this because it's really painting a picture for me. They should have created, because I'm thinking, okay, November and December would go on there because the new rates, you can't put 992 units on there. Not unless you use that CES and you're going to use a CES throughout the remainder of the year, right? Nothing is going to change. You knew that this is going to be assessed at least for the next quarter, right? But you can put the actual units of the H&T on here if you want. That's fine. So like you said, it could be 992, 992, 992 across the board, but you're going to still have to start it. The begin date's going to have to be 11/21. Yeah, you can do that. That's fine. But in this particular case right here, I wanted to test out the scenario. Maybe what if I don't put in the third unit? Because the way he set it up, he's telling me this is for November, part of November and part of December. But the rates would not be the same for January. So why did he put in a third month? It will be different. And then I thought, oh, maybe that's the reason why they set up another screening for 12/30, but the rates didn't go into effect until January 1st. So the rates would be different. As of that effective date of the new rate, it needs to be, when we go out to audit, this is what we're going to look for. So this, I would let it pass. The only thing that I would probably cite on that is the begin dates. I would let that pass because the way I'm looking at it, I'm thinking they're going to evaluate this kind of pay based on the H&T. The H&T is going to say 992. That's what it's going to say. So, but this person decided to add another CES. It was great. Just the begin date of that CES for the next one was wrong because the rates was not that rate for the new one. I wouldn't even have done a CES for the 12/31. I wouldn't have done that. I would have put one in there for January 1st, 2025 with the new rate in there, all 992 across, and I would have been fine. So yeah, it's really up to the program yourself if you want to do it this way, but it just causes additional work of having to add another one. So if your H&T said 992, no matter what day it started, as long as the dates are the same and you put 992 across, we're fine with that. Because that's what you really did assess. And the units are not going to change You know, some people put the change units on there and some don't, and just make a average of what's on their HMT and just put it across the board. But either way, but this was, and by the way, this is that case manager who's never submitted a CDS. Got approved the first time around. Followed the instructions, followed what they had to do, and it got approved, and we were so impressed. I was like, so, good case. So I think we can go to lunch. I think we're so far behind. We're just going to take an hour lunch. Amber, how many slips do you know?
The question is,
but lately it's been weak. I don't know what it is. I mean, Florida got the snow.
When the temperatures get that low, you see the snow.
Yeah,
Not like, last night it the temperature like, 20 degrees, but it feels like 13 or something like that. Yeah. Then I was concerned, like, it typically snows on the temperatures.
yeah.
I was standing and having opinions.
They're sensing the quote. They're finally cleansing the quote. So it's like, oh, the message did good. Had to have the message called on the phone. And it's okay. I'm just gonna go through that. Yeah. Where'd you go? Did you go to that, like she said to her lawn appointment?
Yeah, I did.
Did you walk or you drive?
No, I drove. It's on 7th, so it's kind of ways that way.
It's been like, I didn't want to find a parking lot. Parking space.
Yeah, I had a good parking space, but. Oh, well. It's been like 12 years since I've eaten at a quarter stones. Long time. Yeah, I can never find anything in my bag.
You need to put them in bags.
Bag in a bag and a box in a bag and then inside of a Bash's bag.
Exactly.
That's what my mom does, and I can't ever find it. I'm like, right here. Oh, it's in the room over here in this box, and then I put it inside of another bag. Oh my God. Whew. We're all gonna go to sleep on you guys.
I know, that's what I was saying.
You lost it.
I just need a cold coffee over there.
So I think everyone's back. So we'll go ahead and get started. Amber's gonna do first.
Okay, so we'll go briefly touch on some of the conversation about the CES packet. Next slide. So as many of you guys know, we met with each one of the programs to provide some training regarding the CES process and kind of feel out where everybody's understanding of that process was. We wanted to share with you the 2024 data that we had for just overall all programs, members that were on the weekly CES list that report that the one that the CES decrease is for the members that were on the weekly report, but then the specialty rate was calculated and it decreased. That remains of the members on the list for 2024. And then missing a date CES packet. Yeah. I'm sorry. And then CES says current, which means that we had a current packet for those members. And then closed previous CESs for members that don't, they maybe they went to a SNP, but they're not on the recorded. Next. So just as a kudos to everybody that since our meetings, we've seen the following issues just decrease significantly. We don't have on the CEF. Or HBT, We've also noticed that there's no blanks on the HMT, which is great. The general supervision is used, more times than not, like with specific details like the day and the time, why it's being used outside of the daily details. We also see that the PCSPs are very detailed and the APLs and HMTs are matching. And that's no longer an issue. And then the reduction of the HCBS percentage after applying the specialty rate, I'm seeing a huge number of those go down as well. So our goal for 2025 is to get as many of the CM packets for members starting 1/1/2025 resolved, and that they're approved up into to the end of the year 12/31/2025. That's pending that there's no changes in the members' level of care that we need to increase unit. So what we wanted to do today is kind of open the floor up to get some feedback, so that we can best assist with getting that goal accomplished. Is to see your guys' ideas about some of the barriers. Okay. So, how as supervisors do you address the weekly CS report with your case managers? How often, when you get the report, do you have one-to-one supervision once a month, once a week, where you go over the report and say, hey, I noticed, this member's at 103%. Is there ever an opportunity to do that? And then second, what do you guys think the top 3 reasons case managers do not submit the CS packet for a member that it has 80% or more? There's no incorrect answer. It's like right now. Change. So, and so I read the policies for my experience. There's and she is so so the fact is with me, she's got like she needs that conviction. So I don't know. Right back to where getting but I don't think if it's any direction she needs it. So that's a good point, because one of the things that we're kind of brainstorming, depending on the input that we get, is to not hold up the CS process and get those letters, those approval letters, we have in their file, and then this the whole year. But also, if I have questions about, and I'm not so sure if it's not going to be bariatric assembly group, but it's maybe CS videos, and then we'll provide that feedback. Or, there's been things that I've seen that, as I understood the process before, they would just get set back, and then, you think they don't resubmit it, or there's like things that are unclear, like what exactly they asked. And so, kind of want to like give a little feedback, like, okay, I noticed we have check box was marked, or what have you, internet reviews, just think about that, or any ideas, that we see is maybe consider that, or we can set up time to kind of talk it out and see if that can be back into the But as far as like the physical act of submitting a CS test, do you have any idea of what the barriers would be for case management?
I think one of the barriers would just be the time constraints and, members having their caseloads to, manage. Yes, like some case managers have high caseloads and some are traveling, like for case managers, they're traveling like about 4 hours to get to the community, to do their assessments, and then you have the hospitalizations, the have to meet the members, some are high needs, they're doing home visits with them. And I think with the CES, they're kind of like prioritizing the needs of the members, and the CES pocket kind of get pushed to the back burner. So what I've been doing with my case managers is like print out the reports I get sent out, the CES Supertalk. And I just have a list and I just keep reviewing with them weekly, like what's the process of this. And if they're unable to submit the CES in this packet, I've been trying to assist them with that. Also sort of file, the paperwork, and just kind of helping them prepare that. So there's not much paperwork for them to do. So that's been helpful. And then if it is that they don't have time to submit the packet, I'll try to fix that. And then sometimes when a member is over 80%, just talking to them, why is this number over 80%? And then there was one, it was just a mistake on data entry. So we fixed all of that, and then the PDF percentage brought down, they were 80%, so we submitted the packet. So just talking to them on a weekly basis and just trying to help them out if they don't have enough time to submit those PDF packets. So that's been helpful for case managers. And just kind of like gathering all the documentation and stuff. But I think that's the number one barrier, is just and getting the packet together. Yeah. Yeah.
I know that when I first started, I felt like there was a lot of documents that had to be submitted, and now it's few, like, pages and pages, and now it's pretty sweet.
I like the new format we found on the Access website for the CPS overcost. Before, when I started, there was really no guidelines on it. I was kind of a checklist, which is like, okay, it's a checklist, where's what to use. And then it always got picked back, requesting additional information, but with this checklist online, it's been very helpful. It tells me what to write in this memo and what type of documents I need. So that's been helpful compared to before where it was just that basic template.
And that's something that I've noticed since that there hasn't been that. Very good. That might be helpful. Does anyone see the clear with like name or like that?
Something out, working on something else, so that. In my experience, there's certain workers that can give me information and then, some of the information. Actually, but then giving it back to them, and fix this and look at this is what I see, it's actually this, and and the work I do too is I get busy with, I'm trying to get rid of all my cases and the kind of, on my part, it also is kind of get pushed back. So, but eventually we're kind of getting going for
Like what was this? what the barriers might be to get, you know, how we could make that easier. Another thing that both Amber and I had talked about was based on the changes that we just discussed right now, the forms getting updated and so many, ideas that we all had kind of put together. And from the way the form was, like, saying she first came on, it was like this, and now the form now has improved. And from Amber's standpoint was now the information that she's getting is specifically related to why that's goes across. That has really, really improved across the board for all the programs. It's very, very specific. It's like almost as if you all are going in there and saying, hey, we need to make sure this is included, this is included, what else? Why do you think that this member needs this level of care? So it almost looks as if it is happening across the board, but supervisors are having that conversation with the case managers and making sure that whatever CES packet that you're submitting has all the necessary information so it's not getting pushed back. So there are a few cases that it does happen where we're questioning certain things. And one of the kind of thinking about that is like, okay, how was it previously? Why were there so many issues previously? Are those things, those barriers still existed for some of your case managers? Again, we are missing some CES packet because it hasn't been submitted. I think those are the ones that we really need to address at this time. If there is a CES packet, do they understand how it needs to be submitted to access once it reaches a certain percentage? Or when you're doing your quarterly audits, are you going in looking at what services are being set up, what services the members' needs are? Are they appropriately assessed to the point where when they're setting it up, the PCSP matches the CES? And is it going over at any point, or what did they miss out? Because sometimes we used to see back in the day, I don't know if it's happening, but we do catch it during the audit. Sometimes they assess a certain amount, but then they go into the system and reduce the units just so it doesn't hit that 81%. That was also happening. So it's really supposed to be based on the needs of that member. So when you're doing your audits, just make sure you look through the packet, make sure that whatever they're assessing on the H&T, what it looks like it's matching the CH60. So if it is needed, and that was kind of our fear was, if they're reducing the service needs just so it doesn't go over 81%, that's also an issue too. So you really just need to make sure that they're assessing fully H&T units. Whatever they authorize needs to be matching the CES and the C165. So you'll get a true percentage, because when we go out to audit, we may never see it because it's not over 81%. But when we go out to audit and we're seeing something different, you will be cited for that. So just remember that. Make sure that the H&T units are matching what is set up in the C165, which is the service plan. And then that service plan is matching the CES. If they're reducing the number of units just to kind of get under the CES so they don't have to submit the packet, that's another concern that we have. So as supervisors, please make sure that you're looking at the entire case file. Even if when it doesn't qualify for CES yet, you still, when you're doing your quarterly audits, try to go through some of these packets and review them. And as for new case managers, if you have them on board, you should be reviewing every single case that new case manager has within that portal, because you want to make sure that they're understanding what you're training them to do. They're reading policy, they're aligned with policy. You have to audit their cases. You can't just say, okay, I'm not going to do it this time. So all new case managers' cases need to be reviewed, and that's what the so that's if they feel like my narrative might be good. I don't want to be judged on what I'm writing out. I don't want to make it seem like I'm not,
touching on certain areas or, whatever however way they're putting the case notes together. We don't want them to feel uncomfortable about what they're assessing or how they're assessing. So, you're there to kind of support them in that area. But if there's ever a question, Amber's always, available, make some time with her and she can clear her calendar to kind of schedule a one-to-one. Again, invitation is out there. If you feel like certain case managers are having challenges, more than one, we can do a group training again to kind of cover and kind of support what we're seeing too. So with our office, we have 2 of the legs open. And I just looking at the talking to this manager. Her assessment for CES, everything is correct to what she has on file, but it's the income, their income that's making it go over. So it's like, okay, what do? We can't say that this person is in level 3 when they're not in level 3, just to bring down that CES cost. Yeah. So it's like, what do we do then? And then I told her, I said, well, maybe you can talk to the family, see if they're willing to get rid of the weekends and just do the week at the same number of hours, but just knock off the weekends since everybody's home. And have the family support be there. Talk to them and see if they can do that, because I said we still can't authorize it. She has it in the dummy code. It's just that we can't authorize it. I said you got to get that packet in. So she's aware of it. It's just that it's taking her some time because everything else, once she gets into the office, that phone starts ringing. She has to address it. She'll be addressing it. And then next thing you know, one case will take up the whole 2 days. And it's like, oh my gosh, what is going on? So she's trying. She's trying to get those packets in. It's just that everything else is hindering her to get it in. So in those cases, it's like, well, what do we do then? If they don't qualify for a specialty, like what we were told to use on the CES, they don't qualify for that. So it's like, they're just, it's, the way they were assessed, we can't do anything about it. So that's where we're stuck. We're stuck. And then she's afraid to send it in. And I told her, you gotta send it in. Yeah.
Maybe there's some recommendations that we might come and develop.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what we were talking about. Send those in because, and then also having that discussion, like you said, with family and always reiterating access can cover it small, but you got to have a plan in place. You can do it for 6 months, but during that 6 months, there's going to be 2 reviews, right?
Yeah.
One and then another one and then another one. And you just gotta, the 2 main ones, the initial one, when they go over 100%. And then you're gonna have another one. And just remind them during that time, access can cover up to 6 months, but we gotta come up with a plan. We've got 6 months to work on this and put something into place, because if they go over 100%, that means to access is that it'll be cheaper for them to be in a SNF. And they get that 24-hour care where somebody has eyes on them. Even though we may not want to do that, that will be the next best option, because it has to be cost effective. At this point, it's no longer cost effective. We got to start doing something to kind of help. But in your narrative of that first initial one that you submit, right? Make sure that they put in there that, you are working on, the case manager is having those discussions, and they did let the member know that access can cover up to 6 months, but you will have continued conversations related to this, and that your plan is to reduce the CES percentage, not by reducing the number of units on the HCBS like we have, that I have presented up there, but to really work around what can we do to help that member continue to get the support they need to continue to stay in the home. If it's over 100% for more than 6 months, and again, This is gonna be an audit that is going to be done on my team. And it's going to be by CMS, and they're gonna wanna know, how come you keep continuing to authorize this? There's no plan in place. There's no interventions in place. The case manager did not document what the plan was going to be after 6 months, and you just continue to approve it over 6 months. So the plan has to start when that member starts, when you notice it's gonna go over 100%, you need to start documenting and having that conversation. They need to find out something that they have to do in order to help, because it's a give and take, especially if they're starting living in the home. And just not make them do it, but, we have to start planning on moving this member to a SNP.
And I believe that's what the police manager had started doing, but it's started to remember herself. Because when she's cognitive, she can still make her decisions, and she's cognitive, and she says, I'm not going to do anything. If I have to, and you guys keep saying that I have to go to a message, I'm just gonna voluntarily come off the program. And it's like, well, we don't want you to do that because you need it here. There is family members in the location that can come and help during the weekends. But on the other member, it seems to be that there is no family members to help. So it puts us in a predicament as to, well, what else do we do? What else can we do? She doesn't want to go to the nursing home, and we don't want to force her because she's cognitive. Still has her rights.
Yeah, that's very true, but if they're getting a lot of hours,
Yeah,
that means they need a lot of help, which means their level of care should be higher than what you're assessing for. There's a reason why they're getting more hours, and that level of care might not be appropriate, whatever you're assessing for. Because the more hours they get, that means their level of care, they need more care. So you really need to be looking at that, is what is the level of care for that member? Because you can't, it has to balance out. You can't just get a lot of hours because you want a lot of hours. It has a lot of things that you have to take into factor, like the diagnosis is the main thing, and also who's, what can they do on their own and what can they not do? What do they really need assistance with? Where is the level of care at? Really drilling it down to that level to be able to determine. So you're telling me you can't do this and you can't do this, and there's really no one to help you. Now there's risk involved. If they need that type of care so many hours, there is a lot of risk also involved if they don't have that support.
So the member, like I said, it's for some reason the income is making it go higher, even though she's at a certain level, and she doesn't qualify to go into the next level. So that's where we're having a problem with that. And it's like, how can we remedy? We can't do anything about her income. Can't do anything about the income. So
because the sharing costs automatically calculated at the top. And there's a lot of different ways for them to determine that share of costs also. So there might be something that financial obligations that they did not report. There might be something that they're not reporting that is affecting their income, seem like they have more money than what actually they're spending out, so that might be an avenue that they would have to revisit regarding their income, because it should have, I really honestly don't think it has.
And then the other problem is that in the past, there was some case managers that assessed these hours at a higher level when they're not actually at that level. So what I told the case managers was, get to know the members first, see where they're actually at, give them 3 visits, then reassess them and make sure that you make the assessment the way it should be. If that means that you're bringing the numbers down, then that's the way it's going to have to be.
One of the things that you also have to think about when making these types of decisions is the first thing you should look at is a diagnosis. Because having to wait 3 visits before you actually determine what the member is going to need is really concerning to me, because you do get a copy of the past assessment for the other right? So you get a thorough packet. And in that packet, you should read what the diagnosis is, what's going on with the member based on the past assessment, what they determined. So you're gonna have to look at that. If there's any medical documentation, anywhere that they were visiting the doctor, those are some things that you're gonna have to first before you make your initial visit. So that way you can see kind of a picture of the history of that member before you go in. Even having those conversations, that one example I made about the CES, it sounds like the case manager who was doing that initial review had questioned and said, you know, who provides services to you and when do they go? How often are they doing it? And kind of maybe jotted it down and looking at the past assessment too, to know what level of care that member needs. You know, if the member has dialysis, getting dialysis right now, and they're also getting other treatments, right? You get that on the past assessment. So you already have something to go off of from the beginning. So I think that plays a big role when you give a new case to somebody to say, hey, look at this, here's a documentation that we have on this member. And if you ever want to, you know, you can ask for a past assessment, a copy of it. It may be the same as the initial one that you got. Maybe it's not in the file. Amber can get that information over to you, you know, and give you more information related to the past assessment. And so you can see maybe case manager left, but they never had the past assessment. You know, but you going over and doing a new assessment, and then you identify certain things, but you don't have a history. We can get that over to you too. She can get that over to you. It's not only provided during the initial review. You know, sometimes that they're done annually, they might have reviewed the past again annually and found out new things that you're not aware of, but and the member's not telling you about it, right? But you're starting to see there's changes and difference, or it's not that you don't believe the member, but you want to know, is there a new past assessment? I want to see what's going on with this member. You know, you can always ask for that too. You know, we can get that. If we have one, if there's an updated one, she can get that over to you. But using those documentations will really help you to kind of see where the member is at, because I believe they do it, they're back to the annual review of past assessment, right?
They do a reassessment of the index, you know, age and then everybody understands that the reason for the eligibility was in the group situation. I accident was something that they got the number 60. And it's that they could be improved when they receive long-term care, so it's 6. And then when this is, you know, they need it.
But once they're on long-term care, it's just one pass and that's it.
Yeah, it's typically over the agency's feedback. And then we stored in and out, but it was different factors, but for the most part, member over 65.
Okay. Unless
they're under 65 or is in a acute situation where they
may improve.
Skilled nursing, intensive rehab for 90 days, 6 months, and then they just come off.
there was a situation at one point where a case manager was saying, member qualified for long-term care, everything was good. But I see the members driving down the road and doing things on their own and they don't have a caregiver. But they qualify for long-term care. In those instances, we have said you can report it to eligibility, and I'm pretty sure they can do a reassessment at that time. But I believe that one particular member re-qualified for long-term care, but they do the assessment again. So,
and oftentimes it's coming from the as assessor side of things, is that I didn't want to take someone to find them eligible based on that he was a good fit or the need, because the diagnosis
the unspecified intellectual disability. That diagnosis they change over the course of years after the say that they're 70 and they have that. They didn't need this. They didn't need a separate set of assistance. Yeah, maybe the reminders, those kinds of things is the yeah. So you might have just seen them driving on a good day.
We have products like that.
Yeah.
You're describing. That's why I was like, oh my God.
So yeah, those were something they put in the car. It's physically drive, but then somebody leaves them at the house, this has to physically transfer them because they're still there. You know, the wheelchair, they're having to get out the stairs. There's a whole process to have. So it's just because of the drive. Yeah, you can't just base that. Well, they got rumors on the idea of say, but there's, ask more questions. That's my point. I ask more questions because I saw somebody drive. Yeah, I think that was the concern this particular case manager was having because it was to the point where they were asking for a lot of hours. But they've seen this member out and about, basically independent. The assessment based on not provided any services other than insurance, you're not going to take it back, but you're not really providing any services. They want anything, the recommendations of so the answer to my question is no. It's only done once they qualify for long-term care. There's typically not another one done annually, but they do look at the finance annually though, right? Oh, yeah. Not the physical part of it, just the finance part of it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let us know which one that one is about the income. Yeah, then we can, I think the income would have a factor in that at all. I don't understand how that's impacting the CES. So then the time of it is that we're trying to streamline the CES review process and not have anything hold up the approval letters. So what we think now is just kind of good feedback or video consideration in questions or just anything that we see while in the process with this usually there is a pause. Please incorrect which is as in email, and then for some things we ask, could you look those changes and by that we ask for clarification. Say for the general supervision, we ask for clarification. We just I want to work down for the minutes. What concerns with 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. So we can provides general supervision plus some non-vigorous extension. So you say we're giving the process, but anything that we can get those packets to us and don't be concerned about not having I needed feedback submitted and we kind of talk about what the level of care is, what the diagnosis is, and see if we can. So you're not on your own on the CDS, like I said, Diane, submit it. Even if we get it, that was some of the concerns that we had is like, why are they not submitting it? And I think they're concerned that it's going to get denied. Or there may have been history before, like, oh, I'm not gonna, this isn't gonna qualify. If you're kind of not sure, or if you just want to get feedback, submit the packet. If you see that it's going over 80%, 81% or more, then submit it, we can review it. But we're really going to kind of be
look at it from a perspective of where can we help you improve? Because the CES is they've already done the assessment. They've already updated the CES thing. The CES percentage matches the packet that was submitted. The percentage matches, right? That's the main thing, is the percentage has to match. As far as the documentation, you as a leader should know, is it medically necessary? Is it appropriate? Is the level of care appropriate? And is this true that it is over 81% or more? But if you still have questions on it after, completing the CES checklist and you submit it, we can provide the feedback, but you're no longer just going to get sent back and it's not going to be processed. She's going to be providing feedback. She's going to be providing some sort of information to you to say, I approve this, but make sure at the next review, you look at this and you look at this, or take, kind of look out for this. Because that's something that you all need to learn how to do too at your levels. Have we tried this? What have we tried? And the more you have these conversations at your level, I guarantee you the cover letter is going to improve even more. They're going to put a lot more justification on there. But as far as this is only for those that are under 100%. That's what we're talking about, is under 100%. Anything over 100%, you really got to have that discussion as soon as it hits that 100%. And say, we can only do this for 6 months. We got to work together to lower it because it's no longer cost effective. If we cannot lower it, then we really have to talk about skilled nursing facility, because you're at the level where we do need that 24-hour care, where you're going to be running into some risk. There's some risk that could align with that. So units cannot continue to increase without the diagnosis matching either. That doesn't make any sense. The diabetes number has to be declining even more. And that's where the level of care goes into effect. It gets higher and higher and higher. So take a really good look at that when you're processing these CESs.
Those diagnosis codes that are input into the payments, once it's in those levels.
Yeah. Yeah. And we don't know. I thought we had a process in place for that at one point, that they have to submit that request, right? Or provide some sort of document. The member has to do that, right? The member has to get with the eligibility team.
So, only to decide to be assessment in 10 and 5. Based on the record, the observation, and following that, the identifies meetings and medical. It's, I think it's supported by those medical records. And then the exact measure we can start as important, but then demonstrated. What I get to me, the diagnosis, we identified is having the most impact on them is in because just savings and others that are so different there's path and they're seeing nothing. Which just depends on levels of assistance. With the only section is that they have the memory and the hearing, they have TBI, they have dementia lessons, and that it's a very family diagnosis. There's a whole process for that, but that would be the difference. If it is ways that we qualify having that diagnosis, wouldn't necessarily score on the years of but in the it's making I mean, like, and we should try to, break into that. But It's still. It's kind of like you're trying to push them to do same thing. Everyone's doing this, but the brings them down. This is like what I mean. Some people that usually invite nurses, these were, because there's a, so they have the each side of the other, physically the same side. So they just hear my, there's something to the first service, and then the real assessment. Yeah, the seconds, to get an assessment. The most good. Clearly, he's on the right of there. Everything's very late, races, reviews, they're on, they're going back to speed, things like that. That's what they want to. It assessment. You suspect and feel like, I was speaking about it, I'm going to be in the, I'm saying the trust. Make that determination. So can the case manager submit that request? Yes, yeah. Get to the same thing as the Does that answer your question? Yeah.
Okay, so my part is gonna be pretty brief, just going over the EDI data. So this is just a breakdown, the transition from when we went from TIPCO to EDI. And so that occurred from February to March. And then for Navajo Nation, that was at the beginning of May. And so from there on, at the end of April, we had a change in the pair claim and control number formatting. So that's the TALTCS, TA, DME, your health plan ID, that formatting. And then after that, we implemented the tracking in July for the mislabeled. So that's if the player claim control number is mislabeled, we send it back to you all to resubmit with that correct formatting. So we implemented a tracking for that. And then in November, at the beginning of November, we did make that transition from TIPCO to EDI. So this just shows a breakdown of all the deficiencies. So if we received a duplicate PA, if we sent a PA back for missing information, or if we had a PA that was mislabeled and we sent back. So as you can see here, this is for both TIPCO and EDI. We've made a lot of improvement from February to December. So more specifically with missing information. So all the training that we're doing, all that we discussed in the quarterly meetings, you all do take it into consideration, and it shows what the data that we do collect. And then same thing for the mislabeled. It's been going down. I think the lowest we did have was for August, and then also the duplicates. So whenever we were receiving those duplicate faxes, when we were having fax issues, those all have decreased too, even with the transition from TIPCO to EDI. And then, so this is just a breakdown of the data as a whole. So accounting based on the tribal health plan, how many PAs were received for the month. And this only counts for home modification, commitments, SNFs, and outs. So this just goes to show like what we're receiving, which month is the most that we're receiving, and then it has the total at the end.
So if you want to just vote on that one. So remember, we only have one nurse, one main nurse that processes all of these. And if you can see how many they're reviewing every single page of your medical documentation. They're going through every single member. These are member specific based on the requests that are coming in. One nurse does all of this. So that's the reason why, when we're looking at cases and when we're hearing, we're overloaded with cases, we're doing our reviews, and there's not enough, that's something that your case managers needs to be speaking with your leadership. You as a leader have to go in and figure out, okay, what can I do to support my case manager? What can we do internally to make sure that the caseloads are not so extreme, manageable, that they're able to submit these documents and make sure that they're submitting it appropriately to where they're not getting sent back. Because we've gotten to the point where a couple of years ago where I just said, just send them back, because we only have one nurse. We've always only had one nurse, and Vanessa is torn between DDD, THP, health plan, and also supporting the tribal TALTCS nurse. So kudos to Natalie processing all of these requests from all the plans, not just from one plan, from all the plans. And she's doing this. So that's the reason why it's really important to remind your case managers, hey, we got to get it right. We want to get this approved. We want to make sure that this request gets processed immediately within the appropriate turnaround time so that we can get these services coordinated. Because we all are bumped up against time. So please make sure that if they have everything in place, and they have told me it really has improved. The documents are improving. They look better. All these new forms that they've implemented is working. They're seeing all these progress that you all are making. So please take that into consideration. That I only have one nurse that processes all of these requests for all the health plans. And it's just not one service. It's all kinds of services across the board that the nurse has to approve, different levels of care. If you're sending in 50 pages and you're upset because it's a lot of pages, you're sending that in. But the nurse that's reviewing it is reviewing every single page to make sure that it's medically necessary, the level of care is appropriate. She's looking and finding out things. Hey, there's this thing going on with this number. There's this thing also going on with this number. What type of interventions are there? So she's looking at the whole picture. So please, I know we're all very busy. We're all very, strung up with time, and we don't have time to do some more rushing and stuff. But you have to remember, when you submit this, it's only one person reviewing it. Not just for your plan, it's for all the plans. But we have really improved, but I just wanted to kind of point that out to let you know how many requests we're getting. And even in just that short time frame, how many requests that they have to look at. And I'm not talking about like 10 pages. Some of them are over 50 to hundreds of pages that they have to review. And they when they look at these documentation, they're like, wow, they really paint the picture for these numbers, and they're very impressed by what they're seeing. So just keep that in mind when they're processing these requests. It's not multiple people doing it, it's only one person doing it.
There, we'll just break it down by missing information, by duplicates and mislabeled. And so again, the next slides, it only covers home modifications, DMEs, and SNFs and ALFs. So again, this is just a breakdown based on tribes, on how many missing information packets we did receive and we sent back to the health plan to resubmit again. And so, yep, this just shows a breakdown. As you can see, in May, we did have quite a lot of 123. And so it's just been steadily decreasing, which is what we like to see. Just making improvements, like the forms, improving the forms, and then just collaborating with one another to provide technical assistance, how we can better serve our communities and improve the process. And then, so the same thing for duplicates. It's been steady. It's been going down as well, but we do have a couple months where we trickle up on the 30s again, but it's not as much as what it was or what I heard it to be when we were having practices. And then this one is for mislabeled. So we barely implemented the mislabeled tracking in July. So this one is fairly different and fairly new. We haven't really had a lot of them. which is good. So the next slides will go further in depth on how to improve the mislabeling numbers to where we may not have as much or any at all. And then, so that just goes to the EDI mislabeled emails. So I send these back whenever the player claim control number is incorrectly formatted, and it shows on the fourth line down the correct formatting. So when you do see that, you can just copy and paste it whenever you're submitting to EDI, so you know that's the correct formatting. And I normally include the member's information on what member is talking about and what PA packet is. And then also with the cheat sheets, I do hope they are helpful. If they're not, always let me know. Yeah. Yeah. So I kind of organized it by what the screen looks like whenever you all are submitting. And again, all the correct payer claim control number formattings to where you could just copy and paste and add it. Thank you, Akeisha. And that's pretty much it. Any questions? Concerns?
So I have a school packet and I always try to split it into the one,
Mhm.
but it's a huge packet. You know, special rates, you know, they have to really detail, you know, down to the point of the behavioral approach and everything. So, are you guys working on it? But you have to send it one pack or doing send it as two?
So I've been talking with Era about it to be able to combine all the packets together, but unfortunately with EDI, it does have limitations of that 64 megabytes. So I really don't know, but hopefully in the future, we can get it fixed. And then submitting it multiple.
Yeah, but I do worry about the numbers, especially those being special needs too. So therefore, I try my best to notify the changing and to contact travel also adding to see if this is good. And when this in turn, some of these facilities are good. We train if they have tendency just to make them understand.
Have you had any that were, that you have to submit like that in EDI recently?
Not EDI, but in the past before, but, for a facility, they telling me that we need this right now as soon as possible. So, but this is before we started on EDIs, and I just don't want it to happen again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the reason why we did all of these transitions, was because that it was brought to our attention. There was a lot of fax issues or documented fax issues, and I don't believe that that's been happening more recently. You know, EDI can, I would use this Era sent over 500 pages. It can set that many pages without any issues where you don't break it up, just like the fax used to be. So if you run into those issues, let us know right away, and the team can get on it.
Right now, Chimney TALTCS office is having phone issues and fax issues. And there are times where like we get faxes, like maybe 2 days or a day before or day after. And so, you know, we get complaints from the hospitals, from Carrier to Sleep, and from, you know, everyone, all from mostly all the providers. And we try to tell them sometimes that fax machine works, sometimes it doesn't, sometimes that always go through, and sometimes it doesn't. And we try to contact their peer, and Eagleson tries to help us, but their contract with us someone else, their contract with peer. So basically, we just have to pray that it's working on that day. So.
So are you talking about faxes that are coming to you from facilities? Is that what you're talking about?
Sometimes when you're doing extended fax.
Or are you, I'm trying to kind of figure out what you're talking about. Are you talking about fax that are coming in from the facility to you guys, or fax that you're sending in to us? Which one are you talking about?
Sometimes it doesn't work with them. Sometimes.
With EDI, it's not fax, it's all electronic uploads. So that should not be a fax. It's
So one of our case managers, she's not picked up on. I believe one of the case managers was at the two, and she still has the old thing. Computer updates, because I know the BDI because
Yeah, you have to scan the documents. And is that case manager so far out that you're not able to help the case manager upload those documents?
we try to make requests with the tribe and we continue to do so. So that way she can get the proper equipment needed as soon as possible. Because, with Eagles from they're the ones that provide the equipment to us. And it's just a matter of who concerns.
Yeah, and the scenario that you mentioned saying that you have members that you're concerned about, right?
Yeah.
If it's not you having the issue, if it's somebody else, is what I'm trying to get at, is it, does it sound like API is okay with you now, but there's another case manager who's having that issue? That's just like me watching my coworker, Amber, go down and down, and I know she's by herself as a board member. You know, it's just like Vanessa looking at her and her workload is just going up and she's buried in work. She needs help, right? So that's when Vanessa comes in as a leader and to help say, hey, what can we do to get that turn these things around? What can I do to help you? The same thing with Amber. I said, why are you doing all this validation, spending your hours and days, 5 days? We keep joking about it earlier. She was a validation queen, you know, looking at every screens for every tribe, for every member that was in the error reports. And so I had to come in and say, hey, we can change these things. We want to start helping to support her to kind of limit her all that work that, you know, other people can kind of divvy up the work among each other. So if you see that there is a case manager out there, you know, really you have to talk to your leadership about it and ask them what the issues and concern is, so that you all have a very good program leader who's actually really strong with an advocate. But as a leader, also there's only so much that we can do at my level as a leader. And that's when I tell my team at my level, I say, I give you a lot of leeway to make decisions, independent decisions. How can we cross-train and help each other so that this member that we're concerned about is getting their needs met? You know, just because it's only my workload, you know, I'm not gonna, or that person's workload, I'm not gonna go in there and help out. You know, and that's what I have mentioned. If EDI is not working for a certain person, there should be internal discussion amongst your leader to say, I can't get that packet in. Can someone scan this, at least upload it for me? And then once it's uploaded, that assigned case manager can send it in. They can upload it on their computer, or if their system is not working, maybe somebody can send it in on behalf of that case manager until that issue is addressed. You know, because we've heard over the years, I mean, this is years of in the making of trying to improve it. It took one person less than a year to come up with all these 3 transitions. And that we've seen great improvement. It just takes that person to give that authority, like her. I said, this is your baby, you know, fix it. We've had this fax issue problem for years. It's not something brand new. And it just having her be steady on it, following up and continuously be on them and figure out what was going on. Coordinating meetings is really what helped her got her to this point. We transitioned to EDI, which is way back faster than what the fax was doing. Now we need your help internally. If you're having these issues, you all should be having that discussion on maybe you can help a team member by scanning the documents and getting it over to access. You know, we've done as much as we can to get to this point to really reduce that having to send the packet back or, you know, receiving half of the document. You know, we've really improved. So we just need you to meet us halfway. In the meantime, she is scheduling meetings also with those ones that are still having issues. We're advocating to have our ISD meet with your ISD to make sure that any improvement happens also. So, but there's very few people that are having issues with it now. There's less than a few people. I mean, I like. Yeah, there's
When you guys set up your own files, and they just make sure that you have one thing that really like about this meeting, that it save actually some of the information from last time, so that way you don't really type the whole thing. Only thing you have to change is the access ID and then you're gonna put some signatures. We fought really hard for that because that's the system that only claims uses. We weren't privy to that. We fought really hard for that, and it was because we heard you all. So we're meeting you more than halfway. We need you for those one little case, one case manager, one office. Try to help each other to get those documents and see. We'll do our best to get them turned around. And my team has a really good turn too. So they get monitored by the so thanks for the feedback though. Where's Annie? I put in and when I put it in, I think really very something. So I just the line put it in that big and
As long as the resolution expires whenever they're standing, so that's what I'm not. But it's very, like, blank.
So Annie?
Yeah. You're mad at Laura.
Annie, are you the only one that's having that issue in your office? Yeah, ask them because I don't think there's anybody else that has reported that to us from Gila River. But if you're having that problem, contact Tiana, and it sounds like she said it might be a resolution issue on your document.
Whenever you scan it in and it's a higher resolution, it can cause the megabytes to increase, even higher than what it should be. And so that's why it has like 3 limitations because of resolution itself. You can fix it in your settings on the scanner to make it a lower resolution. And it will still come in here, the paperwork and what's so it'll still be possible.
Yeah, she can help you individually.
we've been getting on
Yeah.
Yeah, but we don't want it to be too much work on you, having to split it up like that, So you can even schedule to meet with her and maybe you can do like a Google Meets and then she can walk you through by looking at your screen and kind of helping you at her level. And if it's way beyond that, I wouldn't want you to continue doing that for a year. We want to provide a resolution versus having to have resolution problems with your images, right? So we want to make sure we put something in place to help you. So scheduling a meeting with Tiana and having her walk you through it might be a good idea to avoid that from happening.
Yeah, and then for issues like that, we can always schedule a meeting with Eric too, which is more, there's more experience with either of them to do, so we can help with that.
As long as your junk drive is in this not place. Yeah, you're telling me too much stuff.
So next will be Natalie. For the peers.
So we're gonna cover some PA requirements in kind of a name format. So we have some prizes and we have 7 questions. So please, I'll try to watch the whole room, raise your hand, and whoever's first to answer the question will hopefully be the one if they get it right. So we've been tracking. We've been tracking missing information, trying to narrow it down by the specific items that we're seeing that are missing the most. And it's been determined that the face-to-face and provider progress notes have been the most missed item. Other items were valid descriptions and over limits in the items. So where in policy can the DME face-to-face requirements be found? What policy? Oh, no, that may be on policy.
Jonelle or Lakeisha said 300 or 800, and Janelle said 310p.
Janelle,
Janelle.
310 feet. So yeah, you're gonna find it in 310 feet under P. Under medical equipment, medical appliances and medical supplies. And then as you guys know, for initiation of medical equipment, medical appliances, medical supplies, a face-to-face encounter between the member and the practitioner that relates to the primary reason the member requires that item. Is required no more than 6 months prior to start of service. So this will be for Janelle. I don't know if anyone can get this. Okay. Oh goodness. Okay, next slide. This is a true or false for SNF face-to-face requirements. You may use the provider progress note from the last submission for a new specialty rate submission. False. Heard someone over here. Okay. That's true. I think that's false. So please note the most recent provider progress note. So if the provider's plan is to see the member quarterly, it would be that most recent quarterly note. If they're going to see a monthly, that most recent monthly visit should be included. I'm going to just pick it. Put one side. It's just, I don't know. Okay, go ahead, Tim. Another SNF face-to-face requirement, when you're submitting a retro SNF specialty rate request, you may use provider notes from the current date. Sure. False. Oh, wow. Retro. Oh, retro.
Lakeisha's like false.
Lakeisha. So. So this is false. You're gonna want to use the notes that correlate with the dates that you're requesting. Ideally, we would be requesting it prior, but if you're requesting it retro, please use those behavioral health notes or those caregiver notes and the progress notes from that date span. Yes. I've got it. Like you would send it all together. Yeah, as long as those dates are in there. It doesn't have to be like every single day of the period, just like say, you know, a couple of days from November, December. So that you can see that during that period they were getting that stuff. If it's being submitted after the fact, that is the service that has already happened, then it's right. So if you're submitting now for it just but doesn't mean anything.
So then
That's why I said for now, it has to be no signs. Has to be at close sign, right?
so then you're not using.
I'm sitting over here.
So
No, it has to be the HP clinician.
That's
For psych.
but it's trying
It was already cheating.
Oh, no.
Like maybe another. I was typing here.
Get it?
There are months. So the things are happening if you're submitting today.
February, March, April. Okay. That what you have as a proposal. But if you miss, you know, what else you miss or whatever.
Unless it's a nurse practitioner.
I know there's a forward and the election. Don't submit January.
So depending on the days it says like today, don't. You know, or they can get something that's always current within the last 30 days. The last 30 days, something that's not. But if it's more like 2 months ago.
Then yes, you mean
But they're like viruses. 2 months ago.
And then,
Yeah. So it's. Yeah. You wouldn't be requesting all those retro, right?
Next slide.
no.
No, no, it's no.
No, about that.
No. So can a behavioral health technician or they may sign it as a BHT, sign a site progress note without it being co-signed by a credentialed provider? And the answer is
I've been saying that all along.
the progress note by a behavioral health technician must have the co-signature of the NCPA or
Yes.
that.
We're living in this year.
I don't know. Okay, is a quantity of incontinence supply written as a 30-day supply of valid quantity? Yeah.
Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not. You have to put them in. It could be, but it depends.
I think Christina said no first. Go ahead and reveal the answer. So the answer is no. A quantity must be written as a number per month or a number per day that the member requires. So this is determined by the provider. A lot of times I'll see the providers write 30-day supply or as needed or as much as needed. And that's not a valid quantity we can use. So they need to tell us how many per month or how many per day the member uses. Yeah, they may say 120 per month. It's okay if they say they need 3 per day or 3 to 4 changes per day. That would be acceptable, but not as needed or 30 enough for a 30-day supply. Like doesn't tell me enough.
Virus in 1 month, it's just like.
Lifetime, a lifetime supply. I feel like I should stand in the back so you can make sure I hear everybody. Where's the policy can the incontinence supply limits be found? That's correct. Do you know which 300? 310. AM, PM, 310P, so same policy again as the first. And this one. So for members 21 years of age and older, incontinence briefs, including pull-ups and incontinence pads, so the chucks, cannot exceed 180 in combination. So that means both, you know, added up cannot be over 180 unless a lot of our members do receive more than that, but we do need evidence from the provider that they need that amount. That does have to get sent to our medical director, so I can't approve that amount without seeing something in the notes that I can give to him to say that it needs to be justified. So there's one more little note here. It's just, it doesn't mean that the member cannot receive that amount. I just need that face-to-face that's proving that it's medically necessary for them to get an over limit supply. So especially if it's their first time receiving that amount, make sure that there's something in there that's justifying them getting that. And that was, there's one more question. This one's a scenario. So there's a couple of different answers for this one. So
your member is wheelchair bound in need of a ramp to enter their home. The member has requested a wooden ramp. You know that most of the ramps are done in aluminum. How would you go about requesting for a wooden ramp? The same way. Special request, yeah, so that's part of it. Anybody else have any other? There's a couple different, so special request is part of the answer. You would add that wooden material in the special request box. Anything else that you would include in maybe your case notes or your PCSP or the reason why? Yeah, exactly. So, you can go ahead. So you would want to find out, why is this material medically necessary? Are there environmental elements or other challenges that are creating a barrier for the member? And you would need to include this somewhere in your submission. Then you're going to educate the member and the healthcare decision maker that they will be responsible for the maintenance on the wood. There is going to be more upkeep on the wood than there will be on the aluminum, and they're going to need to do that themselves. And you would document that you've done that education and they do still want the wood. And then again, you'd include that specific material request in the special request box. So the justification form. So right here. So you would check that they want the ramp and then just put the special request for wood. And I think I have got the special request. Do you have anything, Rebecca? The home modification? Any questions about?
Okay, good.
That had a lot of different questions. So those would be evaluated more on a case by case basis, but we do need as much information as possible when it comes to a special request like that. Any questions?
I have a weird one. Aluminum, the ones we have up there, the ones we built up there, the freezes and do they need to provide the gutter for the winter for the for the water
The
to come
runoff?
in and freeze the aluminum that's right there at the door? So there's usually a frozen area right at the doorway where the water comes off the roof when it when it thaws out. And then the other thing, the other one is instead of wood, aren't they making those deck?
Like the track stacking type?
Yeah, maybe the plastic kind, I don't know what they call it, but it's not wood, it's
Composite.
a decking. That's what they make now, is it? Or not, or we don't, or is that a special?
I haven't seen any done that way. We mostly do them in the aluminum, but I would think if you're having ice problems with a specific member, you might, I don't know, that's something we can look into.
Whether it's wood or let's say ice.
Yeah.
Vanessa, have you ever had those type of requests? So are you requesting that they provide something for, like, added a gutter to it? Or
Yes.
Are you?
Yeah.
Like, can you explain it again?
Okay, it's aluminum portion or aluminum wrap that they make. And when it snows, the thaws and it drips on the aluminum and it creates a ice pad right at the exit. So I'm asking if they could put a gutter up there, is there a way to add that on there? So that if the water doesn't drip directly on there, like goes off to the side or something. Either that or, a different kind of the decking that they do now. It's not wood and it's not aluminum.
All of that, but I think has their own environmental differences in their areas as far as like the location. I live in
think that there would be anyone in specialty report. I mean, if they have issues of like the previous season as far as like what happens in their home and how that becomes a barrier to them to accessing their homes during that season, I think that would be something that can be said. I don't know. But I think everybody's home is a little different and, but I haven't seen anything request that.
So anything like that would be considered a specialty request, right? Something
Yeah.
like that would be considered a specialty request.
Some sort of justification with benefit in medical rep to review it. It's just submitting the request, those are the kind of questions you would have. It's like, well, how does that affect their access into the home? Do they have pictures or do they have some of the previous statements as far as if that is something right now, it's an issue and if it's doing your review and take a picture of it, well, this is something we're doing during the summer. Just because that is something that we have seen this year where it was concrete. In northern Arizona is below zero. There's a concrete for it to be able to cure, it has to be at a certain temperature, so the contractors have a hard time laying concrete. So an alternative to that in pavers, however, if you know those pavers aren't something the member wants, then that's probably a homeowner petition. It can wait for spring or summer to do it at a better temperature, then it would make plan accordingly. But I wouldn't want to try to officers no.
If you have clear justification, especially having pictures will really help the medical director of why, you know, we feel that it is medically necessary for that member to have that additional modification done. We don't want to say no, they can't, because there are cases, if it is justifiable, we should be able to work with our medical director on that. But that doesn't mean that you don't explore non-TALTCS services. You know, you don't explore it. Basically mean does the tribe provide any type of modification? Does the tribe help in doing it, you know, any type of modification for the members in their home? Are there any benefits for these tribes in our community? I can only speak from years ago. I remember in my community when I was in Delcon, they had the people that work for 10 days that do different things to help the elders, and they were really geared towards helping elders, you know, providing different types of home improvement, hauling woods or whatever. They used to do that, and that's how they were helping our elderly people. So I don't know. So those non-TALTCS services have to also be explored. In the event that it is not approved by Access, you want to have some sort of backup plan to help that member. And if there is no other resources to help, you know, maybe there's family members that is able to help, but you then still have to educate the member to say, I'll submit it and see what happens. But if they don't, what are some things that I'll check into this for you at the local community chapter or community center. Let me find out what also the tribe maybe has a funding that can be able to help for that to happen if Access does not approve it. So I'll have a backup. But then the backup to that backup, then you want to say, is there a family member that's able to help you with that? Is there somebody that can help you? So you're trying to jot down every scenario that you can think of. And you can even include that in your request for home modifications. You know, I've attempted to reach out to this in the community resources. There's none available. There's no one else that is helping to support this member. Member lives alone. And those are some things that, you know, that can really be part of your justification too. So we really can't say no, don't include it, no, don't do that. You just never know. It's based on every member's needs and their environment too, and where they're located.
Okay, we're probably gonna submit something to that effect. My prediction is that Access won't approve it, but the house has a bathroom, but the member had her house built, but it didn't get completed for her bathroom, handicap bathroom. There's a lot of things missing in there, and I don't know what can be done with that. She needs, she's in a wheelchair, and she needs, a lot of stuff that she needs, and we try to kickstart it and did what you're saying about the chapters and other like HUD or all the other things that can be done. I think we'll get it somewhere. We'll probably put it to get it to as an accomplishment one of these days, but it's something that we're starting to work on right now. We've got several of them that we had to chapter, help, and then other entities like churches, I think, also help us do a couple of them for the member, and even to the point where I think there was a house built for one of them, just trying to get a bathroom addition to the home. I had a member get a home using other resources, and as the case manager to put it in as an accomplishment for us. But I think that's something that we do.
That's
Sorry,
really good.
processing right now.
Yeah, that's really good to explore because we can only do so much, Access can only do so much to help support the member to remain in the home. The tribe doesn't only get funding from the state. The tribe gets funding from the federal government for different things too. And recently in my community, a couple years, well, actually I should say about 3 years ago, in my community, for all the relocatees that moved out to Sanders, they were able to get, our community chapter was able to provide new septic tanks, do the roofing, and do all the windows to weatherize. And that was through a funding that they received within the chapter that I'm from. But you had to qualify based on your income. And that was part of the process. And that's a process that everyone had to go through in order to qualify for that. And those, I don't know about those. I just heard about it and after the fact, but it was in the local community, and what they were doing was, my chapter's like that. When I hear announcement, it's always geared towards the elderly first. Elderlies first. That's what they always say in my community. So you all know your communities more. You know what benefits or other non-TALTCS services are out there. And when you do explore it, when you do find it, when you're doing your outreach, make sure your case managers document it, because that really does show that they're not only calling, they're not only outreaching and making these connections, but they're really concerned of this number, and they're trying to keep that number in the home. So there are resources like that, but like I said, I'm not in that community, so I would know. Only you and your case managers would know. We try to seek out resources that are available to help your members.
And lastly, we're just gonna do a home modification spotlight. We'll say great work on home modifications this last quarter. Some areas that have greatly improved this last quarter were the justification form section 5. So that's where you check who's the homeowner, or if they live with other, that's greatly improved. The letters from the homeowner have greatly improved. And then also a lot of case managers have been including photos if the member has an existing accommodation already. And that really helps us out on the initial submission. So great work on the home modification submissions. Any questions? So next we'll have Vanessa. So I'll be going over service piano, just providing education, training, picture service requests, and
And then open discussion and documentation for prior authorization. So for service now, Access Now has a service now website that providers on in the service ticket. So I'm just providing a link that the providers also have to submit the service tickets as well as a provider guide for the providers to be able to download and utilize their service portals and creating their portals to submit for any service tickets. Any providers that do reach out for any additional assistance, claims, provider information, and for our payments on requesting the service tickets, we are able to respond through the service ticket system. And that also includes transportation, and we will also refer to this process earlier in the meeting. For the next slide is the acute care services. For acute care services, those requests to get faxed to DFSM. It's going to be DFSM's fax number. If the providers do get directed to you, please instruct the provider you can use the fax DFSM themselves. They will fax directly to the provider number. And just to ensure that they'll do identify the service for providers that are being informed of the things that provider is as well as redirecting that assists me in reaching out to the provider that we're providing the home process and staff to be able to ensure they are educated. And then any new providers, they can reach out to the provider's meeting team, receive tickets and meeting with provider's meeting. If you do get any prior recommendations for the provider, you can have them submit themselves. When the case manager submit a little provider, if it's redirected to travel calls, it's the name on it. So they come out and you can just or the monthly questions and then which to directly and right. That found is something favorite. So they approach as soon as possible this quarter as far as having them to tell, which there are something that she likes to just have to do so that was a process that we can do ensure the providers exist and still get there was some reason. Kind of this is reminding please not even to not on the different service so when the providers need it. Their services plus they'll get the responsibilities. So this one next slide. It's just a little bit specific. So he's out there going through documentation. This is basically referring to retro PAs for the outsourced that do require retro documentation. There's some bit more information as far as what are those challenges and just ask for the providers to receive requests. On a few requests that we have received, we was writing the date just by the facts. Their request packet for documentation to the providers. And sometimes we see that happening on here for the time where they become safety documentation found in these providers. Now we just want to know if there's any feedback as far as the part of you want to see the documentation. Next, we go to the site visit to review this last the documents that you need to and she can get in the document at that point, or
Other areas of we support the. This is all of the. It's something that hasn't come to me, it's noticed. So because they did get the letters from the last meeting, it can extend it, it isn't that. It's simply that. The now there was like three, trick, the innovation, the everything possible. We get something. About the country, about to process languages. I don't know, but it's already listening. Sometimes. I don't know. I mean, this one is this really. Meeting for the exercise, and I just want to tell you that. It's. And the one who's hit my point of view, it's not, like, there's nothing to do, it's. But the other thing, brings the thing. What they. Of the people. And then the other thing to do is taxation of. Is it? If I have to research for the everyone, I want to learn. Right. So then I'm. Yeah, I know. But people are under. People are under. Even the results. Company. And there's this someone who's going to. But then to get him to be I really and it's just like we took in fire and that's why are you not I don't even look like and it's good. I understand that you can like I'm sure that It's one of the weeks of times. We get like all that. It's not hitting me. Oh, we're gonna consider, you know, to hold down, but I can't think of about it. Reasons. If you have a few on the team, we should get it, you'll be able to. Run here. Because they, because it's ready to, so they can come. The requirements here about God, people plus to be on their. For the owner to speak, the member himself. What's the difference? It's a good, they give us like, we got that from the building. So we finally got the paper with, then set the place and fix it. And they waited. You know, it, you know, hasn't been. I think it's very much happening. And then that's. Now, those are great. As we begin to be, into them, and then, you know, get the address and this is time. I'm looking for trying to. Mine was not another way to do it. But I actually wanted to was thoughts and. I can remind them that the is something like that. We really have to do a good thing. It's not like how they come in. You know, so we can make a little bit more things that we so I'm trying to listen to focus in the thing you know, getting that good. Was it a whole like basically the providers getting the documentation, especially for those visit living facilities? You can have meetings with them all you want, but they still lag with those documentations. And I know one, she broke it down, one of the assisted living facilities we deal with TDI, she was saying that if the guy, we didn't have these her documents in time of why it's after the date of the assessment, and because she has to wait for the medical director that sees those psychiatric services to sign off on the case and she had dementia. And her behavior is monitored by the provider. So the reason why he takes her time getting her documents because he's waiting for that medical director to sign off on it. There's paperwork and we able to get direct contact with that medical director. He just signs off on it whenever he gets to it and he hires someone from emergency after that assessment's completed. So that's one reason why one of our facilities don't get into the documents they have. And then the medical records with their facilities, the case managers, when they do go there and they're told that they don't have the documents ready or it's going to be like 1,000 pages, usually in pages exchange on information. And sometimes it's a technology issue where their system can't send that big packet to us with email, or it gets kicked back, or like there's a
wall in place that prevents us outside agencies from sending that. It's like a lot of communication to make sure that. But it's just getting the documents done. And then it gets to the point sometimes with these facilities where you have to sit there all day, that's still really advocated for, and they could be perfect document, so she went to their medical director and their business operator manager, and was like, if you want to get paid, you gotta get documents in. And she kind of like explained it, like, this is how you provide your business or something. Saying like, you can't get paid for providing the service if you have the records. And then she had like documentation when she went there, when she talked to, when we tried to visit the facility, and she got me over. I think this is still living there. But she really advocated for it, and they had it to her within 5 minutes. You know, it's just like talking to the right person.
I know with ours, they're requesting, some of the nursing homes are requesting the fact sheets prior to us going to be requesting for the document. So that they can have it ready, either they want that, a letter sent to them prior to their emailing. So those are some of the edits that we have as the nursing homes. I have a good email to talk about. I think that everything it is changing. It's like they're asking for release of information to be signed by a POA or a guardian on that particular number in order for us to get documents. Yeah, that's what they're asking for.
Yeah, you need to tell us which provider is saying that to. Health plan.
It's just not the provider, also the hospital. Because those are better desert. There's and I requested medical for my member that was indexed. And she was the case manager. So I got to talk to the doctor. And so she came back and she said, I can print it and just go over what's wrong with her. I said, I can't get the document. She goes, no, you gotta go right now. She says, we're not getting it out. We gotta do it. So she gave me the info, and then we went from the system, email it. And so if I can have it, it's 10 minutes back. And then she said, where they just
What's your health plan? You're the health plan, that's where they do that information. And so you would definitely just think that you let us know when those cases are happening because you have that information for the health plan. For that, so that somebody is enrolled for your health plan. And if it wasn't for that health plan, Access is not going to pay for any services at all. Because the member is enrolled with a long-term care health plan, which is not just long-term care, but it's for acute care services and also long-term care services. So it's their lack of understanding, our health plan. That's the biggest challenge that we run into, is they don't really know, because at one point we were hearing Navajo Nation doesn't pay us. Anybody that's enrolled with Navajo Nation does not pay us. And that's the reason why we don't want to take any numbers that are Navajo Nation. And this was years ago. And we had no clue what they were talking about. But then we found out that it was a different, like a long-term care under Navajo Nation. Those were the ones they were talking about. It wasn't the actual Arizona Medicaid Navajo Nation long-term care. So we have to explain that. And they said, oh, okay, we get it. It's not the one that starts with the 19. It was something else with Navajo Nation. So I had to contact one of my friends and I said, is there a long-term care for under Navajo Nation? She said, yeah, because I worked with that. And which was actually one of our long-term care nurses in Valerie before she left. She actually worked and worked with them for
for a bit. And she said, yeah, that's when I found out that there is a medication long-term care also. So they get mixed up into the plan that we have, and they don't know if they burn bridges with a different health plan, they're gonna think that we're under that health plan. We go through that with THP, because they are also a fee-for-service plan. But every time we say THP, nobody wants to service our numbers because they had this issue with DVD not paying claims, right? So because they're still under DVD, but we're subcontracted with DVD to provide that service. So we have to explain all of that, and I can understand what you're talking about before someone gives us an answer. And we're Medicaid, we're access, right? But we found a way for the providers to be able to respond to us. There was a couple of 2 members from one of the Mesa office, I think it was. Did they ever provide that one packet to you guys? It was one that I contacted the provider, and the provider was like, yeah. And I said, you're not going to get paid if you don't submit this request. And this is under your PPA. In their PPA, the provider participation agreement. And Diana, you could probably share that internally with Navajo Nation of the verbiage that I use on there. There was policy, there was PPA on there, and explaining that these are some of the things that you agree to, that you would release this information, you would share this information, because that is part of coordinating that care with the case manager and the health plan. And he immediately said he was going to get those documents over to you guys. And you just need to, this is why it's really important to know the policy. You don't just do tribal TALTCS. The members that are enrolled with long-term care has a bundled services, behavioral health, acute care services. It's all holistic. It's all in one area. One health plan covers everything. They don't have a separate a separate REBA. They all have one. Everything is combined. So at times you may have to answer these questions. As far as some of the information that I just heard a while ago related to the level of care that this member has, right? If you notice that the member had all these issues with behavioral health, they went into a certain facility that an ELF or a behavioral health SNF, they were exhibiting all these behavior outbursts, fighting, whatever they were doing at home, now they went to this level of care. And after you got to that facility, you went back to reassess the member, and you're starting to realize this one was kind of calmed down. What have they done? And you start looking through the medical documentation, you're going to see, medication has changed. Or maybe they put in an intervention of some sort, and now that's working. Maybe the member is now getting one-to-one treatment. Something worked at that facility, and that member has been successful for a certain amount of time. And what have you been doing? What can you do? So now your thought is going to be, can I transition this member to a lower level of care? But I have to reiterate that they have to continue this type of service. They have to continue not to miss the medication. Their medication has been adjusted, inform the new facility that, make them aware. So stepping that member down slowly and transitioning back into the community, if it's possible to do that. So if you're seeing that they're improving, is there a potential for discharge from that higher level of care to a lower level of care? Some providers are holding on to our members. They don't want to let them go. And because they get that high dollar amount. We see that in the case notes. We see that in some of the documents, and we're not there assessing these members. We're seeing it in this documentation that the member is improving. But why are you keeping that member at that facility? You can transition that member out slowly, because your ultimate goal is to transition to the member to a lower level of care, safe discharge to a lower level of care, and will they be successful? Should be all your ultimate goal, because once the provider knows they can get a higher rate, they're not going to want to let that member know. They're going to keep that member there. So those are some things that you should be looking for. And if it's an ELF, if they don't have those progress notes or the notes, the daily activity of what's going on with that member from yesterday or the day before, that's a problem. That's a big, big red flag right there. Because anytime throughout the day, whoever's on staff, especially in a behavioral health type of setting that requires a specialty rate, they are the subject matter expert in knowing how to manage and take care of our members. So if they miss progress notes for a whole week, how do you know if that facility is working and meeting that member's needs? You don't know. That's a problem. They are required to have those documentation available and ready at any time that if access asks for it, they better have it. They're not going to be in compliance. We're not going to hear, oh, well, you got to wait till next month because that person is not here, not in the country today. That's not acceptable because whoever they designate to be in charge of that home should be in charge of all the staff that is on the clock to document what is going on with that member throughout the day. Because they're there to receive that special service. And you put them there. Before you put them there, you should ask all kinds of questions. It's just like taking your mom, your dad, your grandparents, your children to a special daycare, a special service, and you're going to walk away peacefully, a peace of mind saying they're going to get what they need here. They're going to get the care they need here. And then when I come back, I'm going to ask all these questions and they're going to tell me how my loved one is doing. If they can't provide that for you from yesterday's notes, the day before yesterday, then that's really a problem. That, to me, that's not quality of care service. The quality that our members get is all on the case manager. So if you can't provide me this document, how do I know that the quality of care that you're providing for my members is good? And I want the best for my member. And if you can't give it to them, I'm going to take this number somewhere else. Because if you're going to reward my member with pizza and Coke and a movie, you're not going to get that in the res. Because your goal is to help them go back to the community. There's no pizza place in every single area of our tribal community. There's no movie theaters in our community. So these providers really need to understand that our members will eventually go home. That's my goal. If they're at the specialty rate, they're going to get that special service that they need. And eventually, hopefully, somebody's going to either step up or somebody's going to be able to help the member. The only other way is the member continues to decline and they're going to go from that out to a SNF if it's no longer managed. If we have more than 10 books. So when we submit out, it's not out. It's is that what's on the phone? There's no fees. It's the option. It's only out. I'm like, there's a lot of facilities. There's not a staff. So when I submit for a specialty, I have to get it. I mean, I don't know if that makes a difference. Because I think my team looks at the category of service and they get it. You know, if it's an assistant, if it's an HCBS, yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, because technically you're still. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Now we might take a look at that. I mean, that's just a little, it's not something that's really gonna say yay or nay to our decision that we're proving it. It's really not gonna have a big, it's not gonna even have an impact on it. Because the team already, when they get it, they look at the provider ID, they look for category of services. They go as far as looking at the clinical note, as some of the comments that you have made about, progress notes, clinical notes, the provider types and all of that stuff. Yes, it's a lot of work. It is. It definitely is. But you have to remember that you have somebody's life in your hands. This person depends on you. They depend on you. And that's how I have to look at every single case that I get when I get a phone call. I drop everything that I can and I help that. Either it's the member, the provider, and I oversee 2 health plans. And I have to constantly switch my what do we do? Wait, trouble, constantly throughout the day. So, and meetings after meetings doesn't even help at all, and sometimes I can't support my team as much as I should. And that's where they thinking, and that's why I tell them, strengthen your knowledge of policy. You have to, because if you don't do it, you're going to wait on an answer from me forever. And I just felt I'm stretched as much as I can. So that's every single one of the team. So you advocate for that member. It is a lot of work, and talk about it with your supervisor. If you're not getting these documents when you're supposed to be, I would be submitting a QOC on it. Because you don't know if the quality of care is appropriate for that member. They're not complying with any of their requirements that they're supposed to be complying with. They have compliance measures just like we do. They have requirements that they have to submit certain, they have to have a certain staff on their staff. They have to provide certain services. They have to meet certain qualifications. They do all of that. If they're not doing that and they don't know what the responsibility is, you don't even know if that quality is there. We have provider tell us, can you tell us how you write a progress note? And immediately I said, that's a big problem. I'm going to have to report you because you don't know how to write a progress note and you're in that type of business. And I believe a couple of, we helped a couple of health plans where we've actually advocated, along with the assigned health plan. And we really put that provider to task. And the member transitioned out of that facility, moved into a lower level of care. And within weeks, we were told by the health plan, thank you for helping us. Because we knew there was a problem, but we really couldn't pinpoint it. But you guys helping us really, I can see the difference in that member's behavior now. When I transitioned that member to a lower level of care, they're not the same person as they were over there. So only only you can allocate for that. So if you run into any issues like that, do what this health plan did, and thanks to Native Health, and thanks to Natalie, reading the notes, and was like, wait a minute, this doesn't sound right. And then Amber chimed in and she said, oh my God, this doesn't look right. So we had to kind of get together and meet with Native Health. And they ended up transitioning that number to a different level of care. And I believe it was a success story, right?
I try to reach out to the various issues of balance, home, which abilities to treat like health. I have to provide it's because Because right, the wish that people in the world that they need to be with searching for necessarily all this appropriate. I don't know, art, it's it's not about compelling. There are things I can see about it. It's not like that. Fine, yes, it is. So it is complicated. Again, to some of that's right. I think other than it's not right. Yeah, that's understandable. I mean, they see all options, and this is a good time, like somebody had mentioned earlier, I don't like this provider, I don't want my numbers to go to this provider. This is the time where you guys talk about that, because only you know where your members are treated well and where they're safe and where they're getting the best treatment, especially when it comes to behavioral health. We really, really have to be careful with that. I mean, we did good. We dodged the big bullet on type of all testing. And it's all it is time consuming, but we got to pat ourselves on the back because we were not, and none of our members were part of that standard lab. And it's because of all the hard work you guys do, your case managers do, and it's all kudos to you, but this is the time to have that discussion. What is one of your favorite behavioral health residents and why? What do they provide? What do they do? Maybe I'll go take a visit, your leadership. That's why I always say it's important for your supervisors not to have a caseload, because they're able then to go to these facilities. If you have a program manager that oversees the case manager supervisor, it's important for them to make those visits to these facilities and check out, how the facilities are. How do you document your notes? When do they complete it? What time do they complete it? Is there a morning note? Is there evening notes? How did the night go? I need to know how your documentation is, because if we do want to put a request in for a specialty rate, we want to know how soon we can get those. Plan these things ahead so that they can open the door for your workers, for the case managers to come in and say, oh, okay, you've already established a network with that provider, and this is their process. So it's really important to have a leadership in that role that can actually go out and establish that network and discuss challenges and barriers. And then they can go ahead and advocate for it. Like I said, we've seen the trend with Winslow Campus of Care. They were 192. And we just started, okay, we're going to start meeting with them. What's going on with this? So until we know, but we can't be at all places. Like I told you, only have one nurse. And for her to do the PAs along with us trying to schedule meetings with these providers, it's a lot, so we're relying on your supervisors, to make some time to establish that network case managers so they know what to do, what resources to follow in order to establish that. It shouldn't have to always come from access. You have the power of being a health plan. You are a health plan. Use that. And if you need us to support you, we're here to support you. And I can honestly say that probably I'm really proud of my team. 100% of the time, we get what we ask for. 100% of the time, because we put these providers to the challenge. We don't back off, and we don't get mad. We don't get upset. We let them tell on themselves. That's what we do. They will tell you so much stuff when you're just sitting there in awe, wondering, okay. And then after they're done telling on themselves, I said, oh, by the way, you said this. It doesn't meet the compliance measure. You just told me this. You're not supposed to be doing that.
Then they start backpedaling, trying to figure a better answer. But we've put a lot of providers in that position before. So you just have to really know how to speak without being accusatory or without getting upset, and really hold them to what we hold you on to, which is the policy. This is what it says in policies. So every provider that we're talking about has signed a provider participation agreement. And they have signed that agreement to say, I shall do this, I shall provide this, I shall make this sure that this document is available. Because in your IGA, and the IGA says, if I ask you for a case file and I give you a date, I could say tomorrow, you're going to give it to me. Regardless if the pages are loose and somebody else has the other part of the file, I'm going to ask for it and I better have it tomorrow. That's what's in the IGA. If I ask you and if I give you a time frame to give me that document, you're going to give it to me. The providers have the same requirements also. If you ask them for a certain document, they have to provide it to you. So if you're having issues with a provider not giving you the documents on time, let us know. I like those comments that I've seen so far on the 3165 screen. I'm asking for documents. I've been asking for it for months. Those are the ones that I went ahead and started working on right away. And I said, what's going on with this? How come they're not releasing these documents to the case managers? And they were really shocked to hear from me. And they were saying, oh yeah, we'll get it to them. We'll get it to them. So you guys can do the same thing. If you want me to share the verbiage I sent over to the provider, I can do that too. I can share that. You can copy that. It can be worded if you want, but it worked. I think it worked. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, you have a lot of good case managers, and that's one of the things that I admire about this program is you all have some awesome case managers that know how to document, that know how to try to get the information that they need. And we have to always be thankful for that. So thank you for sharing all that, because everything that you mentioned, there's an answer to it. You know, don't ever feel like you're stuck. If you're not sure about something, I would say meet with your supervisor, because we all have to have respect for our supervisors. Meet with your supervisors, talk to them, explain to them what the issue is. And then you supervisors, if you don't know the answer, don't just say because Access said so. That's not the right answer. The answer is, I don't know the answer to this, but let me see if we can have a meeting with Access and we can figure all this out together. So we're not blaming each other. We're not whispering over here about my boss or their boss. We're working together because at the end of the day, we're doing this for our members. That's our main goal, is for that member. So I hope that answers your question. That wasn't yeah, I understand. But if, like I said, always, we're here for you all. We're here. Well, I think that's the end of, that would be my closing remark, I guess.
Snuck down on anything.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate everyone. Again, you know, this is not the end of the meeting, and don't feel like, oh, every quarter we try not to make it the same thing. We're basically looking at the data. What we're looking at is what we present. So this meeting, you all should be very happy and go back to your team and say, look, we've been doing a good job. There's areas we can improve on. But so far it has been reported to us that we've been doing a good job. So thank you, everyone.
I have one delayed question. Prescriptions for DMEs. We have to get one every 3 months. Lately, we've been asked to do that. But on the prescription, it usually says either 90 days or a year or something like that. So we're being asked to get it every 30 days, every 30 days.
Who's asking me? I thought. You saying?
Yeah, like, we kind of did, and they were like, some of them was prescription had, that's where the lifetime came in. Some of them has lifetime on it, so we figured that's a year. And there's some that has 90 days, and then there's some that has, less than that. And then, we're told that every 3 months. So, what? Are they like, like case by case?
Remember, like, then take placement providers. So you can change and
Okay, so was that soon?
like
Schedule.
original strengths, we have life.
What I'm gonna do.
Then that would change when years, but if they went.
It'll be in the years.
They got in.
The new year, new budget. Starting July.
Script. Then there's their editorial review, I mentioned. Maybe speak of, but. I would just put this. By the state.
Good.
So yeah, look at the script. If it says lifetime, the
And that's,
PCP should.
they do say lifetime, so we figured, okay, lifetime, it's probably a year. Then
Yeah.
just change it to,
I'm
it's gonna have that idea of having it go to a year.
Are you guys accepting those that say lifetime as a year script?
Yeah, they're all script from the.
So it's okay for it to say lifetime,
Yeah.
but you'll honor that script for a whole year?
Yeah.
You have to answer that?
Mhm.
It's good to know that you don't know something and then you get an answer for it. So we both got an answer for it. The audit schedule is not going to come out till June because, with the budget that we have at the state level, the travel for my team is very limited as far as traveling as a team. So we were told, we should start our audit starting July. The new budget period goes into effect July 1st and moving forward. So, I believe we should have a quarterly, in our next quarterly meeting, our quarterly meeting, if we have one in June, I think. July, or maybe the next one that we have, will kind of give you an idea what it's gonna look like, because I know you all have to prepare for us too. But at least we'll notify you, before the end of June, to give you a list of the schedule for everyone across the board. So that
It might be in the executive order that.
Yeah,
They
they
signed
extended
it,
it out
too.
from us. I was trying to push it still, but they said no. No. We can't do anything right now. Oh, and then also one last note, I got everybody's quarterly report. Thank you. You got it in on time. Some of you got it in really early. I appreciate that. Okay.